Showtime, showtime, showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup 2025. Brought to you by Pubg Mobile and Infinix. And what a journey it has been. It is Priest on the microphone, and I am joined by the lovely Mitch once again. Day 5, Mitch. How are you feeling?
I'm actually excited and kind of worried at the same time, but most of it I'm really excited about today, seeing that we're in the last week for the games, so I'm pretty much excited.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Last week for the games, and everybody knows this could be the last chance some teams have to grasp a spot in that opportunity to get to PMGC 2025. But before PMGC, you still got to talk about Nairobi. Just saw the venue was announced during the week. I saw that venue. It looks very, very nice. It looks very exciting. I know you're excited, aren't you, Mitch?
Yeah, I'm excited. You guys are coming to my home, so I have to be excited for that. But of course, yes, the venue is also interested. It is Charter Hall here in Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm hoping people have already, booked their slots and trying to come here, even if you're not coming as a player, that we can enjoy the games as well. At the end of the day, it is PMAC Grand Finale, and it's not just anyway; it's in Nairobi, Kenya. So yeah.
Yes, it's absolutely in Nairobi, Kenya. But before we got to Kenya, what was the format? Well, we started off with the online qualifiers in July for about a week, 13th to the 20th of July as well. 48 teams ended up qualifying from that online qualifier stage to the group stages where we are currently sitting right now in week 1. We had that in 2nd to 3rd of this month, and then we had week 2, 9th to 10th, and then week 3. That is where we are currently today. 48 teams split into 3 groups, and 14 teams will make it to the Grand Finals in Nairobi, Kenya. Speaking of Grand Finals, it is on the 14th to the 15th of September. 16 teams, as we got 14 teams from the group stages, 1 Kenyan team top performing, and 1 team from the just concluded Pubg Mobile AIM Africa event. Congratulations to the team that made it. I did catch the finals yesterday for AIM Africa, so that was absolutely incredible to watch. But then it's not over just yet. Remember, these 16 teams will still be competing for some prize money, Mitch, and take a look at that.
Yeah, $8,000 prize pool is not just little money, it is something. And I believe all the teams right now are looking towards making it to the top 16 and the first place getting $2,000. I believe that is where every single team wants to be. Second place getting $1,400, and third place having $1,000 in their bag. From position 4 to 16, all of them will be getting a part of the prize pool as well. But we'll be seeing which teams are these that are going to be enjoying a part of the prize pool that is here for PMAC Grand Finale. And of course, we have to understand how the points are going to be distributed across the games. Every single team that focuses on getting that winner chicken dinner will be having 10 total points awarded to them just because of that chicken dinner. Second place getting 6, third will have 5 points, fourth 4, fifth 3, sixth 2 points, seventh to eighth place 1, and then we have from ninth place to 16th having 0 points at all. But of course, the eliminations will be counting, since one elimination is also 1 point at the end of the day. And we have the groups there. We still have the usual teams from Group A, Group B, and Group C. Very familiar teams. We have seen them in AIM as well, so I'm hoping to see how they'll be performing now in the grand finale. From Group A, teams like EXE, Team Unique, we have seen them there as well. Zeus, final boss, has been there. Zeus Moris as well. More eSports. In Group B, we have teams like Masner Union, Rage, Temper, Angry, Three Crowns eSports. Strong teams there as well. Looking at Group C, we have RJC, a team that has done really well so far in a couple of games. So let's see how they'll be performing now. Tribe Warriors are here. DK, that is the Donkeys, are also in the building. Zeus final boss. We have Reese Esports, Espada, a team from Group C that has really amazed most of us. And don't wait to see how they perform as the games continue to progress. Priest, you do have some teams here you have been eyeing. So, of course, in either of the groups, you can tell us which teams are this.
Yeah, So far, we have seen incredible performances from all the teams in these groups, across the board. But again, the structure has given us a little bit of a clear path of what teams have outperformed the others. Zeus currently leading the pack. For me, they just need a little bit more. Just a couple points more to clock into those triple digits, and things will be looking up for them. Execute from Kenya's pride and joy, looking very comfortable in second place, 88 points to the good. 8 matches played. Remember, 2 matches left. Some of these groups only 2 matches left. Some of them have 4, and I'm speaking of 4, like the likes of RJC, Unique, 3 Crown eSports still sitting in that top 5 comfortably, if I might add. 12 eSports also in the mix, but they do have 8 matches played. More eSports, Neon Rising also. All majority of the teams you see here are Group A teams because they have played most matches than everyone else. The only 2 teams that have performed beyond expectations would be 3 Crown eSports and RJC. Now, these teams have 6 matches played and they have a plethora of points to go alongside with it, and they do have 4 matches to go, so that puts them in a very, very comfortable position. They have more points to add. It's now a matter of bragging rights for some of these teams. Who's going to finish number 1? Is Zeus Esports, are they going to be dethroned? Because the gap between them and Team Execute is not that far off. Neon Rising and More Esports still sitting comfortably in the top 8. Remember, 8 matches played. They are tied on points with 66 apiece for this page of the leaderboard. But taking us over to the other side of the leaderboard, where we will see where things start to get a little bit more tricky, because we're going to see the remaining 16 teams overall, and that gives us a little bit of an idea of what these teams have gone through so far, the mentals that's going to be involved in these final days of the group stages, because you remember it is the top 14 that will advance to the next stage, and right now it is going to be very, very tough because of the number of matches that have been played, the number of matches yet to be played, and the number of points available that can be attained when these matches are played. Remember, it's not just having more matches to play, it's all about making value from those matches that are going to be played. But again, that gives you a clear sight and an idea of how the teams will be playing. But it's now a matter of the maps and how it looks, because we are kicking off with Group B today. So Group B will tie in and get their 2 reps in, their 2 matches in. They're going to kick off with Erangel and Miramar. No Sanhok for Group B today. Then Sanhok will be heading over to Group C and then back to Erangel again, and then Group A will have only 1 match today, and I believe this is the first time it's happening for Group A, and they will be kicking off only in Miramar. Last match of the day, last opportunity to add some more points, so they will see the leaderboard, how it looks going into that last game of the day, and that gives you very, very clear perspectives. But as we're sitting in Group B right now, Mitch, you see a couple of familiar names that have a lot on the line. RRQ, One Band, Mercenary Union, as well 3 Crown eSports, the Mad Monkeys, Rescue eSports, 21st Century, Eclipse eSports as well, and Navy SEALs. Now, Temper is also in this mix, Mitch. Now, there's a lot of teams here, and there's only 14 slots. Do you think they should change things up, especially those teams that have not made it into the top 14?
Yeah, I believe so. For Group B here, they have to really do their best here when it comes to their overall performance for the day. 2 matches for them. That should be something they will be using to their advantage. Looking at RRQ, we have Matrix 6-9, we have Bad Buddha, and we also have Rams in the team there. We have seen them performing a number of times. We have One Band Esports, we have Starboy and Titan, very good players from the team. Franco not being left behind together with Redline. Mercenary Union, we have Glixi, Musa, MU Hulk, and also Ali playing in Mercenary Union. I can't wait to see how MU will be performing today with that lineup. I'm sure we'll be expecting some very intense games coming from them. Rage Esports, we have the usuals, Lazy and Pew Pew, perfect duo. And then have Melio, Palabala, and Rossini also in the team, really giving them the support they need, and a very strong team as well. Seeing that how they have been performing so far in a PMAC group stages, we have seen Rage Esports really trying their best to get the points up, but they have 4 more games to go, so I hope they'll be using that to their advantage. temper there, having six God, Captain Coco, very good players. We have seen them dominating a couple of games here in the PMSC group stage. We have Angry with Casino, Switch, Aspect 629. I believe Switch, that is a familiar name to many people watching PMSC. We have seen how many times he has been a player to talk about. Looking at Three Crowns Esports, Nexus again, Mary, Quila, Owner, 4Z, all these players, you have seen how good they can get. And the Mad Monkeys, Yomite, Dastry William, Dripla, and Shad. Yomite, we have seen a couple of Yomite stands here and there. You'll see what I mean when it comes to the Mad Monkey gameplay. You'll always see that name somewhere in the kill feed, always up to something. But I believe the name does say something. The Mad Monkeys are always up to something behind the scenes. So I think the teams in Group B really need to be careful when it comes to the Mad Monkeys and how they handle their games here in the group stages. Remember, Group B right now has a lot on the line. Looking at Ruthless Esports, we have Born, Vaccine, Nowadays, Arnie and Lil Zoka. I really want to understand how Ruthless Esports will be performing today. For Rescue Esports as well, a team from Kenya. Together with Ruthless, we are about to see if today they'll be doing any comeback. When you look at the overall ranking for RC and Ruthless, it is not as good as we'd want them to be. 21st century, we have Aimbot, Lights, and Zyke. Very good players as well. Eclipse Esports, execute player is there. I'm going to be looking at how he performs as well. Looking at Zeus,
All of the teams are ready to give it their 100%, and we will be seeing for ourselves is that if that is going to be the case. But it's a good playing path we've got for ourselves there, moving from the southwestern side, from Primorsk all the way down to Savannah, cut across the map. Very good, although for those teams that do love to play from the eastern side, not necessarily the best circle for them, but it's not the worst thing in the world. I think they will be fine. I think they will be comfortable, at least for the most part. But going forward, we're going to see for ourselves. Mitch, do you think there's going to be early engagements? Do you think there are going to be early fights from some of these teams, or do you think everybody's going to play it slow and just try to get as much intel and advance, as quickly as possible as the zone progresses?
oh, I do not think anyone wants to be on the early fights today and tomorrow. I mean, you can see 4 games is a lot. I mean, Group B and C, and they have what we can call it a blueprint to victory. All they have to do is just play their games right today. So I'm really hoping that these teams will be playing a slow game. I'm hoping no one is planning on having early fights, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Since we can already see the teams here in hospital, 2 teams already landing in the same place, so they probably will be engaging in a fight. But honestly, for Group B and C, this is their chance to do what they can do to bridge that gap. 8 matches for Group A, Priest, is a lot. But you can see even for them, 4 matches remaining, that's a lot as well. Anything could change right now. Just from 4 games, we could have Group B coming all the way up and taking most of the top 14 slots. Anything could change now. So I'm really hoping that the games that will be played will be more slow and not as rushed, trying to get the eliminations. Honestly, that chicken is important. 10 points easy is the first thing these teams should really look at when it comes to these games today for Group B right now.
Well, 10 points easy, but is it going to be that easy? That is the question right now. Navy SEALs getting very, very active earlier on. Looks like they might be running into the guys from Ruthless eSports. Akaza on the front lines here, and looks like they might want to crash the party over to that southwestern side, but again, it's a little bit too early as Lilo gets the first drop, and that is first blood. Navy SEALs losing 1, and it is going to be Lambo. He has crashed away, and Navy SEALs will have to think twice now about surrendering that position. They will lose a player, and they will lose him in a very, very obscure manner, and they will have to think twice now if they do want to pursue this any further. That's an unfortunate turn of events for Navy SEALs. Ruthless eSports capitalizing on their mistake, and that will be the first body back into the lobby, courtesy of Ruthless eSports. What a start. What a very, very quick start. I mean, Navy SEALs also one of the teams that is looking for a spot in that top 14, but this is not the way they want to kick things off at all. Could have gone so many different ways, but it looks like the guys from Ruthless eSports had other plans for them. But right now, we do have Rozok on our screens. And it looks like Rescue eSports up onto the other side. They're trying to trade one off against Eclipse eSports, I believe. Trading band for band over to the other side. Scar L, Bisons, all in a mix here to close this down. You know, I've not really been using the M16 as much, but I feel the M16 is actually a better assault rifle than the M4. You know, the M4 is just
Really?
stability and everything, but I think the M16 is really where the real players are at.
Ah, well, I wouldn't know that much, but what I can say for sure, if you do not have it on auto, then M16 is not the gun you want to try, even not good at tapping. But when you look at what you're saying, for someone who can easily use it as an auto rifle, will be really on the winning side. It has high damage and it's stable as well, so I believe it can do a good number on the teams going against a player who's very much familiar with M16A4. If you're not, then please do not use that gun. It will not do you good. I will not even lie, it will do you some wonders. You will be telling people for quite a long time. So that is definitely a no-no for me, Priest, unless they know how to use it. Unless you know it, use it. If you don't, leave it. Easy.
Yeah, I think it's more of like a compensator over flash hider type of gun. I don't think flash hider is like ideal for an M16. It's always going to be much more ideal with a compensator on top of it, that kind of thing. But, to each his own. Navy SEALs, on the other hand, again, their rotation is a little bit iffy, finding themselves now in Gatka. I think it's more of loot necessity that's forcing Navy SEALs to make these rotations. I think this could be very detrimental to their movement patterns going forward, because again, it's also something to note when you are playing in this type of a position. When the play zone is a little bit too far out of reach, you get stuck loot gathering loot outside of your preferred rotational pattern, because some teams, they do have rotational patterns. They move from north to south or east to west in a specific way, because they know the teams that they could potentially be running into as the game progresses. But it looks like that is not necessarily what is going to happen every single time. But that's why they have a pattern and they fall for it in every single play that they work through. Eclipse Esports now circling back inside of Rozov. They're trying to close this down. That's a beautiful shot, but S12K, no match for the AKM. And now there's trouble. Eclipse Esports have blocked out the lights and they can't seem to find the vision. And they do manage to close one down. Execute is the one that gets the job done. Emperor now trying to circle back, immediately turns his back to the opposition, almost getting swept away, manages to escape the danger at the right time. They're probably going to try this again. They are trying to close this down, but not the case. Because 1000 Aura is there with the shotgun to close it down. They will trade off, and Eclipse Esports will be shot out and sent back into the lobby. Unfortunate scenes. Rescue Esports have rescued them back to the lobby.
I mean, yeah, amazing comeback here for Rescue Esports. This is a team I believe most people are waiting for them to do a very interesting comeback. People have high expectations and looking at their lineup. They have very good players that people in Kenya are familiar with, and they're expecting a lot coming from them. And I believe that fight there in Rozov is the starting point for RC, and they should keep up the same momentum. And then maybe we'll be seeing them closing the gap there and making their way to to the top 14. We are not even sure if that's going to be happening, but I hope they have a plan around that. Looking at the teams so far, we have already lost one, and that is Eclipse. You basically talked about their lights going off. I don't know, but you see, it's just the first game. For Group B, they have 2 games today. I hope they have a plan around it. Otherwise, it will be GG's for Eclipse when it comes to their overall ranking after today's games. Angry X Smoke, they're another team that has done really, really well in terms of their overall ranking. Has a team right next to them, and I believe that is Mercenary Union. Probably a fight will be taking place here if either of the teams decide to engage. And we have the fast look, the amazing cover from MU player, and that player is down from Angry X Smoke. The push will not be happening anymore. I believe that knock was the first call for Angry X Smoke to go in for that push, but that will not be the case. Instead, MU will be trying to get closer. We can see a rotation happening right now. Angry player there has been spotted. Amazing spray from Ali. It doesn't really get any more damage at all, but then Sasuke, amazing rotation there. Right now, the players from Angry are going to be feeling the temper here from MU. They will be feeling the stress that is going to be coming right now, because for MU, they need that comeback. If you hear the name MU, you know how good they can get. So they need to make sure that does make sense. At the end of the day, they need to live up to their name. So right now, the Angry X Smoke team has to be really, really careful. Mercenary Union making the right calls. They are doing the rotations right now. They're trying to put in the pressure. And we have finally Sasuke, the amazing flag, but unfortunately it doesn't really work out. But one player is just right in front of him. That is Switch and Nade getting hooked up. Trying to smoke up the place there. Switch will not be covering the nade because it might just connect, and we might see a Kobe. The damage on Switch is quite high, but he luckily is able to evade this fight very, very low on HP. But the players from MU will not be letting this guy go away. I believe Ali right now is giving the players from MU a very interesting day. That knock and thrust is exactly what MU needs to bring up their spirits in today's games.
Yeah, I mean, big plays coming through from Mercenary Union there, overwhelming the guys from Angry Smoke. I mean, it was a very, very good call, but Switchy, he could have escaped in so many different ways. He didn't necessarily need to start going up the hill, especially being 1 HP. It was an easy shot, and he did get dropped away immediately. Mercenary Union, that's a good start, very good start for them. Remember, they have to perform. They are dragging this with another team, I believe, tied on points right now, the other side of the leaderboard. So that tells you that Mercenary Union, they cannot afford to make any mistakes here. Every single point is important. I think Angry Smoke got called off there after the pickup. They should have swapped into 2 separate vehicles. Having one player return fire to one position would have been much more ideal than having, every single person in separate vehicles. When you're in an ambush, it's always going to be ideal, I would say, to have teammates. Once you get a pickup, have that teammate, once he's healed up, pick him up, then let him return fire, to the opposition, so to keep them from being a constant threat to you, but that's all part of the game. Mad Monkeys now feeling the brunt of the pressure. 21st Century have turned the bullets on them, and it looks like a dribbler has been knocked away though. 21st Century with a clothesline position, but this has been a little bit of a long term, or rather long distance engagement. They have been trading off. If you take a look, Playzone is about to close out in a couple of seconds, and that tells you that most teams are sitting off a little bit towards that western side. We've got a DBK, Mercenary Union, and Angry Smoke all coming in from the western side. Somebody is going to have to give it up. Somebody is going to have to go back home, because this place, yeah, it ain't going to take everybody at once. So everybody has to decide who's going to take it first. Mercenary Union have been forced out of the play zone, so they have to act quick, and Angry Smoke have a better position now. The hunter may just become the hunted, and DBK now want a piece of the action as well. They have gathered intel on Mercenary Union. They might want to take a piece of this one. Luz and the rest of the team trying to close this down and keep a little bit of a distance between themselves and DBK. But now the problem with this is Savage has already pulled up to the spot, and the rest of the team now, they are very aware of Mercenary Union, but do they want to commit?
I don't think they want to do that right now. Seeing MU, I believe MU today has something about them. You can see how aggressive they're trying to be there. And Savage is down immediately. MU seeing that they will be using this to their advantage. Savage, of course, will be taken back to lobby. And that is the signal for them to go away from this fight. But not anymore. We have another player being knocked by Ali. I'm really interested to see how Ali's sprays are and how good he can get to the sprays, because honestly, Ali here is getting a number of knocks and damage for the players for MU, but they will be still going in for that push. They need to get their points up. They need to get their comeback in these games. Otherwise, it is going to be GG's for Mercenary Union. Looking at 3 Crowns eSports, they have a fight there right next to them, and Tempa Coco will be going back to lobby. All the teams right now, we are just in the third phase of the zone, and every single team wants to take on a fight. I actually thought Group B will be playing it a bit safe, avoiding the fights, trying to focus on maybe the last zone fights, the third parties, but that is no longer the case here. Every single team wants to get a decent number of elimination points before they can go ahead and hunt that chick.
What that was, I'm not even sure what that was, but it is what it is. But the action continues regardless now, ladies and gentlemen. It is the PMAC. 21st Century have managed to finally get an elimination for themselves. It is Light that starts to light things up, and that's what we love to see. But can they add more? I believe they still have a ways to go to get themselves into that top 14 though, but they are still outside of Yasnaya. Vehicles intact, I'm not too certain. Take a look at Mad Monkeys just chilling in the background here. I'm not sure what to call this play style. I'm not really sure what to call this play style though, but hopefully it works, right? I hope it works. Yeah. I hope he gets them. I hope he gets them what they're looking for. But they are in the zone, right? It's all about being in the zone. So they are in the zone. Maybe they're waiting out for 21st Century to expose themselves, because I don't think they have vehicles. So that puts them in a very, very tight spot. But we'll see if that's going to be the case for them. But right now, Sasuke is already making an advance over to the hillside. It's a good spot for them. But hopefully they don't get caught out, because again, it's always going to be very, very high risk to get caught out when you are making your rotations, when you are scouting out, especially high ground positions. It's a good idea for Mercenary Union, but how ideal could it be though? Because at this stage of the circle, when you see the zone, you just always have to prioritize this phase 4. You just have to prioritize, okay, if I'm doing this, then that means I'm going to put myself in a position where I can get the most eliminations, where I can get the most angles, where I can, get enough information that I can feed to the rest of my teammates as a scout. And that is, I believe that is what Prison is doing right now, trying to keep the intel outside. And it looks like it might just be working for Mad Monkeys. They did manage to get a drop on one of the players from 21st Century. I think it was Aimbot. He was a victim. He gets fallen away. Oh, that's another one. Dust Free with a grenade over to the top side. And that is an unfortunate turn of events there. America is peeked out again. He spars through. Dribbler will drop him all the way down. And now this may have just been something special. 21st Century could be in trouble here. Mad Monkeys could turn this around, but the grenades and the pressure continue to mount. Dribbler going for the pickup immediately. Aimbot still knocked away though, trying to circle this one back. And he will try to keep his teammates up. Again, Dust Freeze back to full strength or somewhat. And he has a grenade in hand, tries to launch it over to the side, but it's not enough to keep the pressure off. 21st Century now back again to full strength. They will capitalize on this grenade from Probot, and if he launches it perfectly, he might just get the job done. But he launches it to the left-hand side, doesn't connect, but now they have the numbers, and now they will decide to crush whatever is left of the Mad Monkeys. They're circling back and they're circling in. The grenade over the top does connect. Dribbler goes down and it's all left to Dust Free now for the Mad Monkeys. Can he turn this around? Can he clutch? He's going for the pickup again, but it doesn't look like it will allow him to pick up this time. Merca still knocked away. Dust Free goes down. Shad will be the last one left for the Mad Monkeys, and it doesn't look like he wants to commit, or he's looking for a better angle up onto this hillside position. Yes, he is, and he's looking for a way to commit to this, but can he find a way through? He's stuck between Mercenary Union and the guys from 21st Century.
I mean, yeah, I almost said commuting is not a must right now, seeing how hard the fight there was. But unfortunately for him, Ali was able to spot him and the player there from Mad Monkeys will be going back to Libya now. Mercenary Union have another team right next to them, that is one band. We have them being spotted. Ali trying to get some damage, and finally we have the push there happening. Glixie will be spotting the player there. Some nades will be flying from every single angle, but then they don't really connect. Titan trying to get the sprays. The nade are coming quite hot, and Titan is down. They will be trying to really get this happening for them. Mercenary Union is basically just farming from the beginning up till the end. They really want to dominate in this fight, but I'm not sure if this is going to be working out. In case they're not careful, we can see teams from every single angle literally joining them in this fight. Oh, Titan, unfortunately for him there, he does drop down and does get knocked. Unfortunately for one band, that is one man down, leaving just 3 players standing. That means they will be forced to do something about this. They cannot get the revive on Titan. They cannot move now. They are basically sandwiched by 2 teams. Mercenary Union and Angry X Smoke are getting closer, so they have to make it work. At the end of the day, their teammate unfortunately was just the first one to go down, even though that was not even part of their plan, seeing that Mercenary Union is not leaving this place anytime soon till they're done with the one band team. They need to finish before they can move towards the safe zone. I believe this is a smart move, Priest, unless I'm wrong. You can see the zone is basically right beneath them on their feet. All they need to do is stop the team that is one band, and they can get closer to the zone and continue farming their kills.
Absolutely right. You know, it's really that simple, right? If you break it down that way, but it could get really complicated really quickly. But we'll see if that's going to be the case. I mean, one band, they have a lot of ground to cover and they have a lot of work to do. We are into the top 9 teams now, 27 players. Mercenary Union have turned up the gears, and now 21st Century might be the team that could be in their trouble. That's a beautiful grenade launched over to the top side. Aimbot still knocked away there. Probot tries again. And again, the pressure continues to mount, but Light presses forward. Sasky goes down as well. Prison and Light, they're going band for band over to the other side. Light will be getting stopped by Ali QZ, and Mercenary Union will send 21st Century all the way back to the lobby, and that is a beautiful way to close things down. 8 eliminations now, and the Kenyan superstars are soaring high, but now they have to hold it down. Glixie, unfortunately, is exposed, and Angry Smoke will capitalize and turn up the vengeance and will send one of them back into the lobby as well. Now there's chaos and chaos brewing all over the map right now. Too many teams, too many positions, everybody playing in from that eastern side, and we're starting to see now more action, Mitch.
Exactly, teams are now finally getting to engage in the fight here, and the Three Crowns Esports 4 here really giving Melio a time of his life. But then the zone does not really favor Melio. There's Lazy coming from the back, getting 3C player 4 down as well for Rage Esports. Two players standing, that is Lazy and Palabala, and they'll have to do something about that. But unfortunately, we seem to have lost the Mercenary Union in their fight. But honestly, they have farmed enough kills to at least boost the elimination points in terms of the overall ranking. But for now, with the zone moving, Three Crowns Esports and Rage Esports will be giving each other a really hard time. They all want the points here. They want the chicken dinner, but they will not be letting it slide off their fingers without making sure they get someone to join them in the lobby. Rage Esports, unfortunately, they will be really forced to do something about it, seeing that they are not really going to be making it to the last zone fight. But RC making sure to give Three Crowns Esports a run for their money, giving them the pressure. Rusciano here, a very sneaky player from RC, is actually very confident with his play. Once in a while, you will be seeing him trying to do something for his team by himself, even though it is not advised, but you'll see him doing a really good job as an individual. So you'll be seeing if that's going to be the case as of now. But for Rage Esports, one player down, one player standing. Slazy, I know Slazy can try and survive, but for how long? All these teams are too many. We have at least 5 teams remaining. So question is, which team will be giving us the chicken dinner, seeing that Slazy is getting fried from every single angle. RC being aware, but then one ban spotting Slazy, and of course Slazy will be going back to lobby. I mean, 4 teams remaining right now, and I believe these teams will be giving their countries something to talk about as the first chicken dinner of the day.
Absolutely. They will have something to talk about. And it looks like Angry Smoke will be feeling the heat yet again, as MLK will not be having any dreams, as he will be getting swept away there by, I believe, RG, or is it one band? It is one band actually. Red line on the front foot aspect, going to be the last one left. But this guy is a major player for Angry Smoke. He's a major danger, but he's already been flanked and he will be knocked away there. Red line will be the last one left for them if he can circle back, and he does get a drop onto that position. Aspect goes down as well, and 629 will be the last player left for Angry Smoke. He has been spotted. The smoke will only shield him for a temporary time. Owner and Nexus for Three Crown Esports looking very comfortable, trying to play the high ground position. They continuously hold it on, and it looks like Rescue Esports will capitalize. 1000 Aura with the IC. M416 will blaze over to that southwestern side, continuously mounting the pressure for Rescue Esports over to that corner as well. And now 629 tries to trade off, but unfortunately he will be eliminated by Nexus again from the other side, the northern side being held tightly by Three Crown Esports. But now one band and Rescue Esports, can they close this down? 25% to 37 apiece. It could be anybody's game going forward, but Rescue Esports, can they make it happen? Does it look like it might be the case? But they will trade off, and Red Line with the DBS will crack the skulls of Rescue Esports, and now they're down to just one player potentially, and it is going to be Saviano again to the other side. And Owner from Three Crown Esports trying his absolute best to hold the high ground position. He is making advance one step at a time, but he's taking hits and he falls. Unfortunately, the DP28 will render him crippled by the pressure. And Three Crown Esports is all left to Nexus, but he is very capable of getting the job done if he can keep that position up and at bay.
Exactly, for Three Crowns there. Unfortunately, they have lost numbers, something I don't think they had planned for, but now all they can do is hope that Nexus again will be doing something for them at the end of the day. But we have just 3 teams remaining. The duo there, that is Three Crowns and RC player Rashiano, only solos from their team, with just a 3-player, that is a trio from one band surviving from the team. I'm actually going to be waiting to see how this works out. The 2 solos can make it hard for one band, you know, telepathic communication. Let's not fight, let's just do what we gotta do. But unfortunately, that is not the case. That cannot happen. It is a competition. At the end of the day, everyone needs to get their chicken dinner for their team, and we have one band there doing a rotation. Unfortunately, they are taking their rotation all together using only one side, probably splitting. That would have been the best thing, but then Nexus again, they're cooking up a nade. It might be the one thing that takes out the one band team, but that nade is cooked to perfection and it doesn't do anything. Unfortunately, one band and Starboy will be taking Nexus again back to lobby. Rashiano right now, last man standing. Starboy being aware of his location, they will be going in for that push. And I'm sure about you, Rashiano, but you really need to get your game up right now. They are coming for the push. They're trying to get the pre-fires. It has going for the fast smoke there, Rashiano. One man is down from one band. Two players are standing. Will we be seeing a clutch for the first game of the day? The player from RC is going to be making Rescue Esports the happiest team so far, but the nade there is getting cooked up. Might just be connecting. Amoli tries to cook Rashiano, but then the man is not ready to cook here. He wants to do the cooking by himself. The nades are coming quite hot here. Rashiano getting exposed to the nades, but unfortunately that one grenade from the one band player might be the reason we'll be losing Rashiano. And just like that, RC unfortunately have lost that chicken dinner to one band esports. I believe that is something one band has been looking forward to do for a very long time, and finally it does pay off.
Ooh, one absolute band, a band for your thoughts. What a chicken dinner, well deserved. Now they have started to spice things up. That chicken dinner puts them into a very, very interesting position, seeing how they started, today's games. That is an incredible start for the guys from one band. Again, they have to be consistent with this performance still, but what a finish. Rescue Esports also in the mix there. They did put in another shift, and that is also something, couple of teams are going to have to be looking out for. These are the performances that win you qualification to the LAN finals. These are the type of finishes, that gets you that top 14 spot. Now this is one for the books. Beautiful performance from one band, absolutely incredible. They played it slow, they played it short, they played it consistently, and it worked out in perfect unison for them. But there's more to be done though. Doing this one time, you have to do this consistently. Now it's 3 games left. It's all about the long game. It's all about how many points you actually put on the board, against your opposition. But what a performance from one band. Can they do more of the same? That is the question right now. But it's a very, very solid performance from them, and we're starting to see that, okay, these guys, they're not here to mess around. They want to qualify to the finals.
Exactly, one band there really is putting up a fight, and we'll have to see it. But then when we look at the MVP for this first game of the day, we have MU player that is Ali. Very good player. We have seen the sprays there, and you can see the damage of 907, 6 eliminations to his name, and 5 knocks so far, a survival time of 18 minutes and 44 seconds, a healing down of 85, and 1 assist. I mean, Ali did deserve that title for the MVP. We have seen it. We have seen how many times Ali has gotten those knocks for Masne Union. Basically, he was giving them that chance going for that push. And looking at the top players for day 5, game 1, we have second place as RC player, that is Wankuz, getting 3 eliminations, a damage of 897. Third, we have one band player, that is Sauls, a damage of 704 and 4 eliminations. Fourth place, we have 21st Century player Light, 664 damage and 3 eliminations. And then fifth place, RC Rashiano, 631 damage with 4 eliminations. I believe all these players deserve to be where they are right now with how they have performed so far. And Rashiano, of course, almost getting a chicken dinner for his team. The match summary: 49 eliminations, 8 headshots, a long distance elimination of 411 meters, still RC Rashiano, 3 vehicle eliminations, 4 grenade eliminations, and 4 airdrops looted. I mean, that game has been very interesting for us to see, and it does make sense seeing that we already have 4 grenade eliminations from the first game. At least that means some people were cooking, and it actually did pay off there. We have seen basically pure action from the third zone, and we have really enjoyed it. Priest.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen the strategies, we've seen the stats. It tells us everything we need to know, but there's still more to be done. There's still a hill to climb. We've seen the games, we've seen how these teams performed, but this match had a lot of talking points. So we'll take a look at the highlights and see for ourselves how this game actually progressed from the first drop when we did see Ruthless Esports break the ice with one of the guys from Navy SEALs. Navy SEALs being one of the teams that eyes were on them as well. Eclipse Esports trying to battle Razak, I believe, with the guys from Rescue Esports that we would see later on to go all the way through to the top two for this particular game. So seeing from there the rotation from Razak. Another one was Switch you getting dropped off here against the guys from Mercenary Union. It was a very, very tricky rotation that they made, catching them here. Another one was this little thing that happened here with DBK or OBK. I'm not really sure what it was, but it looks like they just got caught. They just got caught out being overwhelmed there. But this engagement between 21st Century and Mad Monkeys, it was a little bit of a back and forth, but the numbers always went to 21st Century's favor, and they capitalized on that. They overwhelmed Dust Free and even Sha, trying his best to provide some sort of cover by Mercenary Union while on the hillside, and he did get exposed. Unfortunately, that was the end of the road for them, but there was still more ground to cover, more to be done, more angles to look out for. Looks like this guy Titan from one band did get knocked away, falling off to the side. And then this is where things started to get spicy. 21st Century really thought they could take an uphill battle against the likes of Mercer Union, but it was very unlikely. Ali QZ with the final blow there to send 21st Century back into lobby. Again, they struggle to get more points. Grenade from Slazy, Molotovs and smokes, angles. He was so exposed, and one band capitalized on that one immediately. But Mitch, you saw towards the end of the game here how one band started to hold the lines there, play over to the hillside, hold the entirety of this topside position. It worked in their favor, and you saw how they were able to close this down. 3 Crown Esports unfortunately just couldn't hack it. I believe this was not the best thing for Ona to do though, but 1 versus 3 long distance didn't look like it was very ideal for him, but he did get caught out there. But one band, this was the best decision they could have made at this stage, dealing with Nexus relatively very early, because he could have been a thorn in their side later on. But take a look at this guy. He was very, very, very dangerous, going up against the team there from one band, but he stood his ground.
Yeah, I mean, Rashana there did put up a fight. And looking at the winner chicken dinner team stats, we have a 1 band player Starboy, 4 eliminations and a damage of 459. We have Sauls getting 4 eliminations as well and a damage of 704. We have Redline, 4 eliminations as well, a damage of 551. And then Titan, unfortunately, 0 eliminations, 0 damage. He just took the fall literally for his team. So that does work out. At the end of the day, the team did carry their own weight and got their chicken dinner at the end of the day. So big stuff coming from one band. Good team coordination. We really enjoyed to see how they got the rotations right and how they went in for that push for the last player, that is Rashiano. Looking at the team start here of a ranking, we have one band getting 22 total points from that game. Second place, you have RC, 14 points. Third, 3 Crowns with 12. Fourth, you have Rage with 9. Tiny Mercenary Union. Angry X Smoke coming in 6th place with 6 points. 21st Century 7th place, 4 points in total. 8th place, we have Rex, that is Ruthless with 3 total points. Eclipse 9th place with 1 point, tied with Navy SEALs. And then from position 11 all the way to 16, we have the teams, they are not getting any points from that match. Quite unfortunate, but luckily for them, they have at least a game or two, a game only for today that is remaining for Group B. But the overall ranking has somehow changed now, Priest. And One Band and Angry X Smoke, you can see where they are, right? You can see what's happening to those teams in Group B.
Yeah, you can see, every single point matters, and you're starting to see it matter, now. 3 Crown Esports back into the top 3 with still a game in hand. RJC dropping all the way to 4th, but Team Unique as well also in that mix. But it's not, the end of the road. Angry Smoke also now in the conversation with that performance, puts them into perspective. One Band, that chicken dinner also puts them in a nice spot. 88 points, 70 points. 12 Esports also with 70 points, still going to play one game later on today, so that we're going to see if they do manage to keep it on. But more esports, Neon Rising, Temper, and 1011 Ecstasy all the way, they have dropped all the way down into the bottom 12 rather the top 12. I wouldn't call that bottom 12 still, because he's still very much inside of the mix. Final boss as well, and Rejects X with 52 points. Double RG, that performance as well puts them now in 15th, so they are 1 point behind a qualification position. Espada with this, exactly the same thing, just 3 points out. Again, these are the teams that need to get the job done. This is where it starts to get very interesting. The bubble spots, 10th, 11th, 12th, all the way down to 16th. But the point gap between these teams and each other is just going to be something to look out for. But we're going to see if they will hold on to it, or if the pressure is going to swallow them whole. But until then, we will know for ourselves. It's going to be a very, very interesting turn of events here. We've seen, the time that these teams have put into refining their play style specifically for this PMAC tournament. So again, we've seen how the teams have been looking forward to getting to that grand final so that they can participate, on equal playing grounds. And speaking of equal playing grounds, PUBG Mobile Africa Cup is also brought to you by Infinix, and they came from nowhere with the GT30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. So buy now and win a trip to 2025 PMGC. Be your number one fan and outplay the rest. It is the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025, the GT30 Pro. You already know what time it is. But ladies and gentlemen, that is one game down. We still have 4 more action-packed games for you coming right up. So do not touch that dial. I will be right back after the break. We'll see you in Miramar.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
All right, we are back for the second game. I believe the first game there was quite intense, but I believe the action does not stop there. We will be continuing with the games for today. And of course, we just finished Erangel with one band getting the winner chicken dinner. And now we'll be going into the second match of the day. That is Miramar. Still Group B playing the game, and we're waiting to see which team will be giving us a chicken dinner as well. And which team is going to be impressing us at the end of the day. Impressive solo players here and there. That is something we'll be looking to see after the second game, that is in Miramar, the land of pure dust, pure camping, and very expensive snipers out there. So let's see if we are going to be seeing anything around that. Match 3 will be Sanhok, fourth match will be Erangel, and we'll be closing the day with that is Miramar all over again. And we'll be seeing what Group A will be doing, seeing that we have already seen very interesting games coming from Group B. It is just the first game for Group B for day 5. So let's wait and see how they will be performing. What are we going to be expecting between Group B, C, and A? The only group that has only 2 matches over the weekend, with the rest having 4 matches to go. I'm going to be really interested to see how this works out at the end of the day. Of course, you can tell us in the comment section the teams you guys are vouching for in Group B. And of course, which teams are we not even talking about, but they will be surprising us at the end of the day. And we are finally here for game 2, and that is Miramar with a very interesting plane finish. I'm not sure I've seen it before, but looking at the flight path, it is coming from Puerto Paraíso all the way to El Pozo, where we'll be seeing most of the teams choosing to take on the early fights in Miramar, since a lot of them tend to land in the first, basically the beginning of the flight path around Puerto Paraíso, Impala. We'll be seeing a couple of teams going around there. Los Leones as well. We'll be having teams landing there. Picado, Monte Nuevo, El Pozo. Very good landing spots for the teams, to be honest. And this flight path might just be the most favorable flight path we have ever seen so far here in Miramar, giving the teams a chance to really get their loot up, the utilities ready to be able to engage in a fight. I believe this is the last game for Group B for today's matches, so I'm really hoping they have a strategy around it. Which fights are they going to be taking for this last game? Which rotation are we going to be using? Are we going to be giving someone the fall and continuing the game? A lot of things will be coming in place. So we'll wait and see how that goes. But as you can see, Puerto Paraíso there has already 2 teams landing there. Impala has Eclipse going towards that side. La Benita has the Angry X, Smoke, Rage eSports taking on Los Leones. Tempe is also lurking around there, so maybe they will be joining them for a party sooner or later. Picado, we have Rescue eSports. I mean, RC there last game, they did try to do a comeback. I believe if that chicken dinner was there, then RC maybe would have been saying a different story. But even now, I know the story is still different, because that was a really good comeback coming from them. Monte Nuevo there, you have at least 2 teams, that is DBK and RRQ. MU, Masna Union, landing around that side. Chumasera as well might be having a team, that is Ruthless Esports. So we'll be seeing if they'll be taking that place as well. El Pozo having 21st Century and 1 band basically right above them on the northern side. There might be a fight there. We'll be waiting to see if that's going to be the case. But when we look at Monte Nuevo, we have at least 3 teams. So a fight will definitely be happening there. We have RRQ, we have 3 Crowns Esports, and there is, of course, another team lucky around, and we'll be seeing if that's going to be the case. Are they going to be taking on that fight or not? But so far, so good. The game is calm. Everyone is playing it safe. Remember, Group B have really surprised us. You have seen the overall ranking so far. We have at least 3-4 teams from Group B making their way to the top 14, and they still have 3 more matches to go. But it seems like that is DBK. They have already lost one of their team. That is loose. So we'll be seeing how that goes. But of course, before I can say anything else, I believe my partner in crime is here, and that is Priest. Welcome back. It's the land of dust. What do you think?
I mean, good start. Very, very good start from Double RQ. They're looking very comfortable. But it's going to be a very interesting game, especially as far as Miramar is concerned. There's a lot that goes down into it, but it looks like 3 Crown Esports might have something they want to say about this one. Navy SEALs as well, not having the best start today, though. We saw them, lose out a player earlier on in the game in match number 1, and again they're losing out another player, this time to the guys from Mad Monkeys. It's not the best way to start things off at all. It looks like 3 Crown Esports and RRQ will be taking this one to the head. They're going serious pound for pound right now, shotguns, UMPs, or swapping sides. And now there is going to be a little bit of an interesting dynamic here, but we will see if 3 Crown Esports can capitalize on it, or if the RRQ can keep the pressure off their backs. But DBK on the other side, looks like they want a piece of the action as well. You know, again, I keep asking, is this DBK or OBK?
Depends on what your eyes can see. I'm also not sure if it's DBK. But yes, I've also tried to see, but it looks like a D, so it's DBK. And they seem to be taking on a fight there. RRQ, unfortunately, is losing numbers. Oh, okay, it's OBK. Very interesting. It's nice to see that we have been corrected on that. But for 3 Crowns Esports, they are taking on a fight as well. One of their teammates is down. I hope they have a plan around that, seeing that 3 Crowns Esports is also really giving us something to talk about in the overall ranking. They're really doing a good job. But then so far, they are losing numbers to RRQ. So far, 3 of their teammates are down, but now Navy Seals will be taking on the players that is Mad Monkeys. One of them already has been taken back to lobby this time around. They will not be holding outside the building because there is no building to hold outside. Seeing that already Navy Seals is ready to do what they have to do to win at this fight. But then 3 Crowns Esports player 4, he's getting pushed there by RRQ. Fastlock is in there trying to go in for that push. He does get another knock. And of course, 4 will be making sure the players are going back to lobby, trying to go in for that push. You have to be careful.
Ooh. Yeah, there was no need for that, man. Didn't need to do all that, man. Didn't need to do all that. Did not need to do all that, if you ask me. I mean, he was looking for the highlight reel. I gotta respect it. I think they're in a position where they can play like that, but you know, it was going to be one for the highlight reel. Had a mini 14 though. It was going to be one for the books for sure if he managed it, but unfortunately that was not going to be the case. But on the other hand, the Mad Monkeys are going absolutely mad right now. They're dropping bodies left, right, and center. Navy Seals in trouble yet again. Desiree has been knocked away. Same thing with Akaza. Last but not least is going to be Lambo. An unfortunate scenes for him here, because I believe everybody on the Mad Monkeys team is probably aware that he's hiding right behind that little shed there, but he does have an AUG. Could prove very, very disastrous for the guys from Mad Monkeys, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case for them. What did I just witness, Mitch? What did I just witness, Mitch? My word.
Well, I mean, that is PMAC for us. You know, we never know what could happen. But I believe Lambo there will be the happiest man so far. I mean, Navy Seals there have that one player that is Lambo who will be giving them something to say thank you. If they do not do that, then maybe we can say it's Lambo, you have helped your team there. Otherwise, Navy Seals would have been going back to lobby this early in the game. But then so far, we have the teams are going in for that push temper there. They have a team right next to them, and that is Rage Esports. So probably they will be taking on that fight, depending on how temper does gauge the fight. Is it something you want to take up, or is it something we do not want to engage at the end of the day? But I believe that 1v3... Wow, that will be something. I mean, Priest, it's very rare to see them happening at random. You know, it has been quite a very heavy time for PMAC group stage games. It's very hard to see a player trying to take on that fight when the team is down. But then when we see it, we always talk about it.
I mean, it happened so fast. It happened so fast. It was so quick. I mean... But you got to respect the M249, though. You got to love the M249 for sure. I mean, it is easily one of my top 5 weapons, you know, alongside the... Do you know the funny thing? If I tell you my top 5 favorite weapons, you'll be very, very surprised.
I was about to ask you because you talked about an M16. You need to tell us.
Yeah,
now.
right?
Just name them.
Yeah, because I like to be spontaneous with it because I mean M16 burst fire
Spontaneous?
though not single fire, not single fire though, burst fire. I don't do single fire. Yeah, okay, so I would say my top five favorite weapons would be
Mm-hmm.
M16 burst fire, MK14
Bust!
full auto, um the burst fire, yeah, for sure. Burst fire, like I just love burst. I just love to burst, I just love to burst.
The bust
But
gun
then
doesn't
I
make
would
sense. Uh-huh.
yeah, because it's for pros,
Okay,
so
continue.
you wouldn't know anything
Nah,
about that. Yeah,
there's no
exactly.
pro
So I would
name for
say
M16.
okay, sure. So I would say, yeah, like I said, M16. Ooh, and then Ali QZ puts the work into the guys from OBK again. Again, they go out relatively very easily against Mercenary Union, though. That's the second time this is happening. Hmm. Okay, so I would say M16 burst fire. I would say uh MK14 full auto. I would also say VSS, and then the Tommy gun for sure as my close quarters SMG, and then the Honey Badger. Yeah, so that's me.
Wait,
That's like
what?
my top five.
No, the name before
Yeah.
Honey Badger was which gun?
I said the Tommy gun. You know what the Tommy gun is, right?
I know. Thompson. Yeah, I know. I'm just wondering what
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
picket
That's
is
that.
this, but it's fine. We'll let you be priest, okay?
Yeah,
For now, we
yeah,
will
I
pardon
told you I
you.
like to be spontaneous. I told you I like to be
Eh,
spontaneous.
uh-huh.
Yeah, that kind of thing. But eyes on Rescue Esports still. Looks like they might just be going 2 for 2 here. Double RG, Pew Pew, pulling up to the mix, but Eclipse Esports, they're falling for the old bait and switch. They are open. Doesn't look like he will be able to get a shot off. He will not. The DBS will shut it down. And Eclipse Esports, once again, the sun will be blocked out from them on Miramar this time, and they will be going back into the lobby. Ruthless Esports will capitalize in all of this again. Why am I seeing a Team Glory? Is Team Glory in this lobby? Or is that double RQ? Oh, that's double RQ. Their logo looks very similar to Team Glory's logo. I ain't gonna lie. But double RQ looking good though. 6 eliminations, but they are down to just one man. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I think they can do so much better, Mitch.
Yeah, of course they can do better. They have at least tomorrow to catch up. And if it doesn't work out now, in case their solo is taken back slowly, then maybe they can figure out what to do next as of tomorrow's games. But so far, we have already lost 4 teams, which is really amazing, seeing that the game is just starting. The third phase is not just any phase. We are basically, we can say, in the middle of the game right now, and the teams have already been taken back slowly. I really hope they have a plan around that. But for now, Rescue Esports, Rashiano, a man that we have seen dominating for a couple of games here right now in Group B, we'll be seeing whether his team is looking to do the same here in Miramar. They are scouting the place. They are looking for the best place to be, but then unfortunately they're from Mercenary Union. They have been spotted by Ruthless Esports, and Lilo, of course, will be making sure that elimination is confirmed. They need as many points as possible. Mercenary Union will not be getting that revive easily, seeing that already Lilo is really focused on his knock. But so far the zone is closing in. They need to make their rotations as well, otherwise they'll be losing players to the zone as well. But then Nade, the spray is to perfection, and it does try to get some damage on MU, but then it doesn't really work that way for MU. They are a little bit safe for now. but they need to get their rotations happening. Otherwise, they will be losing to the Zone Rescue Esports. Still making their rotations. Angry X Smoke here. They have the flag there. They are seeing the players from RC, but then Rusciano coming in from the back, and we have Malik there being taken down. Aspect trying to cook up a nade. Might just be a Kobe on Spiky, but then Spiky doesn't really go closer to that nade. It does get some damage, but we do not see any casualty yet. Spiky looking for that chance to get the knock happening. A nade goes in again. Spiky has to be really careful, but then he's lucky that nade doesn't really connect, and he'll be the one cooking up the nade as well. 6-9, cooking up more nades. He needs to get one connecting, otherwise he will be losing the nade for no goal yet. But so far, RC getting the rotations. Rusciano closing in there. Aspect is down. I believe Rescue Esports is trying to play the redemption card. They need their points up as much as they can. Yes, you are in Kenya, but played in the grand finale might just be their goal here, with Spiky and his teammates really focusing on the push. They're angry. 69 does get the damage, but then here's someone coming in from the back. A nade is getting cooked. 6-9, you have to be alert. You are just one man versus a whole duo right in front of you from Rescue Esports. The nade, unfortunately for our guy here, they are not really connecting. For RC, they are putting in the pressure. They just need one push to make sense, but then the nade does connect. 6-9 is quite low. Goes in for the flag there, but then he can actually encounter Spiky, who takes him back to lobby. And with Rusciano being there as well, Angry X Smoke Switchu, I believe that is a player we have seen so far. But what is this place? Who even knew you can stay here, Switchu? Who knew this?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta respect the position though, but it doesn't look like he can
Exactly.
do much from there, because he's out of the zone, so he still gotta move. This place would be
Quite
very ideal
unfortunate.
for an ambush, but he's taught us something new. Although I don't even know how you get there. How do you even get up there though?
That's my
You gotta
question.
ask questions. I think it's more like from a ledge thing. I think you have to land on one of these ledges. Big shout out to
Uh-huh.
production, because I'm pretty sure they are showing us how you can get up there with the
They
way the
cannot
camera is
see
moving.
it
I think
as
you can
well.
already tell. I think they can tell us, like, okay, they're trying to show us how he did it. So I think it's from one of these ledges, and he manages to jump up
Mhm.
to one of the doors and then slides up. I think it's doable. I think it's very doable for me. But 21st century again, bottling under pressure. Looks like it's going to be a hard and long day for them. Down to Pro Ball. It's going to be the last one left. Looks like Temper as well getting a piece of the action here against one of them, and a couple of other players as well. They are in a little bit of a hillside position though, but Temper very, very solid on Miramar. We've seen it before. They know exactly how to deal with the Miramar antics, and they will be capitalizing on it going forwards. Ruthless Esports also want a piece of that defensive line. They are trying to hold up Probot. I'm not sure he has been able to move too much, but he has to be careful here. But anybody he catches is going straight back to the lobby. But nope, he is no match for Zeke, as he will be sent back into the lobby instead. And that will be the end of the road for 21st century. They will not be going to the 22nd century, unfortunately. Back to the lobby they will go. Ruthless Esports did have Didio get knocked away there, but not the worst thing in the world. He will be getting picked up. 3 eliminations to the good. A couple of more eliminations across the board. Lambo again getting uprooted from his vehicle. And that will be the end, courtesy of Vaccine. And the Nkovi we're talking about, back into the lobby he goes as well. Navy SEALs looking very comfortable here, but it's all left to Desiree. How far can he take the mantle for Navy SEALs? Again, they have been very impressive for Gabon. This is also one of those teams that has started to, adapt, get a little stronger in the lobby as the game has progressed, as the tournament itself has progressed. But now, they have just a few more games tomorrow to seal their fate if they can get the job done. But not now. Double RG, their last in game one they did very good, they looked very comfortable, but can they do more of the same going forward? That is the question on everyone's lips. Can they do more of the same going forward? Now they have an opportunity to rotate around, but it looks like it's Temper that's going to stand between them and the blue zone, and now things are going to get very, very uncomfortable. Captain already with a sideline, tearing shots in from that hillside position. There's victims falling every single position here from Double RG. Can they circle back? They have a teammate fall into the sword. Pew Pew hopefully will be getting picked up, and Temper, how good will their Temper be? in this position. You can see Captain, he has been exposing himself a lot here. Slazy will catch him off guard, and that is the painful execution now. Double RG will capitalize on this immediately. They will crash the building and crash the corners. But that could be another opportunity for them to reposition and get themselves into a better spot, because one band also won a piece of the action. And star material right now, he also gets dropped away there by the guys, I believe, from Temper. But it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. It's Double RG actually that gets a drop on him, but I think he can get picked up. Again, 3 solid teams in the box right now. It's Double RG, Temper, and one band, all hustling and bustling for a spot from the northern side, Mitch.
Exactly. They need to either move each other out or just make their way to the zone easily without losing any players. But for now, Rage Esports player Slazy is really closing the margin here. He doesn't want anyone to make it to the safe zone. He's going to be holding the edge of the zone till he's able to get at least 1 or 2 knocks before he can make his way to the safe zone. Angry X-Smoke player that's playing it quite safe. Slazy still waiting on Temper. The damage on Temper is quite high. He's down, and of course Slazy, he will be taking that elimination and will be going with it all the way to the zone. Seeing that the zone is about to move, they will be feeling the pressure from every single angle right now if they find teams in the safe zone by the time they make it to whichever compound they choose to go to. But for Rage Esports, we have Melio still holding a very safe place in the zone. They need to figure out which location is going to be making sense for them. But Temper is also holding the grounds here. They have the high grounds. They want to see what Rage Esports is up to. But as they do that, One Band Esports is also closing in on them. Every single team right now somehow is making their way to where we have Temper, Rage Esports, and One Band at the same place. But as you can see, Rage Esports making a very good rotation there on the western side. They want to make it to the zone, the eastern side, sorry. They want to make it to the zone, but will it be possible for them? Rage Esports players, Melio, Sporting people making their way to the zone. He wants to stop them, but is he safe as well for now? Because Temper is also waiting. Everyone right now is playing a patience game. You move, I move. If you do not move, I also will not move. But for Temper, they will be going in for that push. And we have the RRQ player waiting patiently. He does get the knock and the fast. He's just for a solo. And now Temper player will be going in for that push as well. And he gets a wipe on the duo from Temper. And I believe he is making his team happy right now. The eliminations are going up for RRQ. 8 eliminations so far, and they already made it to the 7 teams remaining so far.
Yeah, I mean, 20 players in the cut, 7 teams left. Chaos is a ladder, and Double RQ looks like they want to climb it again. That was keeping your nerve against a player like Zeke from Temper. That was a big play coming through from Double RQ. Looks very good for them. But on the other hand, Double RG looks like they want to reach one band, and now it's all about the defenses. Can they hold on? It's going to require a lot of utilities and a lot of prerogatives to keep the guys from Rage all the way to the back here. Red Line also playing a little bit of spoiler in the back line with his teammates up in front, Titan and the GOAT, or looking for a way through. But take a look at the zone here. Ruthless Esports playing in from that western side. Mercenary Union also coming in from the western side, and a big opportunity there. But Red Line is exposed, unfortunately, to a third party in all of this action that's going on. It is going to be Rescue Esports. And Rigiano, again, we've seen him. This guy is a big menace to outlying players, and he has punished one of the players again from one band. It's all left to Titan now, and now Titan has to remove himself from the situation and allow the guys from Rescue Esports and Double RG to clash horns, and that might be the opportunity. That might be what's happening. Oh, what a grenade that would have been from Titan to Titan from Melio if Double RG managed to seal that one through. But Titan has to decide, and he has to decide very quickly. The play zone is hot on his heels. He has to move, and the rest of the zone here is shrinking by the second. He cannot hang around this close to the edge of the circle in phase 6 for this long. It will hurt him going forward. The rest of the teams as well from his western side have already started to make their moves, and every single position going forward is going to be that much harder to contest, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the teams right now, they have to basically make everything work right now. They have to really put in the work. They have to figure out what is going to be making sense. By the end of the day, it doesn't have to make sense to us, but to them, it should be able to do something. And the nades from Rage Esports somehow are really, really good. You can see how they're getting close to getting a knock, but unfortunately, they're just a few meters away to the opponent. But then now, Ali, he will be cooking up a nade, though. Is he going to be connected? Oh, Fuse Baggy basically bounced back. The nade there almost got the damage on Ali, but then Ali there will be cooking another nade. Slazy cooking up his nades as well. Glixie has to be careful. The nade does get some damage on Melio, but then RRG is basically moving around here. They're not stopping at one place. Pew Pew being the person causing distractions here. He wants to clear some MU to expose themselves, and Slazy exposes himself to Ali, and because Ali does not miss, he will be getting the knock there, taking him all the way back to lobby. I mean, Ali is really putting up a fight here for Mercenary Union. He is going in for those eliminations. He needs his team to get to the top 14 and, of course, enjoy the games here in Kenya. But for now, Rage Esports, they have to be really careful about MU. They are right close to them, and anything could happen, seeing that everyone wants the eliminations at the end of the day. Ruthless Esports, they have RC right next to them. Nades getting cooked up as well. You might be seeing some Kobe's here on Ruthless Esports, but depends on how the nades are cooked from RC. We have not seen them missing for quite a while. The nade does get closer, but then I mean the player here from Ruthless is really, really lucky. He does change his position before the nade connects, and now with the zone closing in, we just have 7 teams are still standing with the 6th phase of the zone. The damage from the zone will be high. The game is open field. So the question is, who will be giving us the chicken right now? Because everyone is literally close to each other as the game progresses. They're getting closer and open.
Very, very open. Mercenary Union backed into a corner from that southwestern side. Oh, what a grenade from Ali QZ. And now the opening chances for Mercenary Union to advance their position is out in the open right now. But Glixie opens for it and immediately gets dropped away by Ruthless Esports. There's angles and angles of open space inside of Miramar here, and everybody's getting hit. Ruthless Esports as well. They have 2 players out in the open getting knocked away. There's trouble now for Mercenary Union. Down to just Ali. He has been carrying the team on his back for the longest time. He might just be having arthritis, and every single player's open space in water treatment is looking absolutely despicable. Rescue Esports have the entirety of the area by the horns, and they will be taking this chicken dinner if all of these teams make any mistakes. But right now, it looks like it could be something special for Ruthless Esports if they can make a way through. Now they also playing in a little bit closer towards the south, could work through, but Pew Pew finally sets his sights of Ali on Ali and sends him back into the lobby as well. They will be serving that sentence back inside of the lobby. We're down to 6, 13 players, all sitting inside water treatment, all of them thirsty for eliminations, but they can't seem to find it through. There's more eliminations to spread around, but Navy SEALs are down to 1. Desirees all has to be very careful here as they advance their position. But right now, Spiky and 1000 Aura are looking very, very good for Rescue Esports. Can they rescue that chicken dinner from the clutches of a team like Double RG or, you know, the guys from Navy SEALs or Ruthless Esports? I mean, you know, stats-wise, they have the numbers, they have the angles, they have the positions. A chicken dinner right now would be the icing on the cake. It will be, I believe, an opportunity for them from a 2nd place finish from match number 1 to a chicken dinner in match number 2. Now that would be one for the books if they can see this through. But Double RQ down to their last man on. Unfortunately, he has been spotted. Like I said, 1000 Aura. Yeah, his position is nasty. That's a nasty spot. He can see. There's nothing he can't see from here. The only thing that he's shielded from is the guys from Double RG. But then they can't be worried about him just yet. There's a lot of ground to cover. And Rescue Esports, they look like they will be covering it. 10 eliminations. And that chicken dinner is going to hit so hard. And the rest of the opposition have to be very careful because there is only that many teams left.
Yeah, RC is really putting up the numbers. 10 eliminations, that is quite impressive. Good play there from RC, but the fight is not over so far. 5 teams are still standing. They have to survive all the way to the end of the games to be able to get a chicken dinner and an outstanding performance in terms of the overall ranking. But for now, RE players will be getting closer to RC. Emperor here waiting for them. He is aware that there's a team right next to me, just that I am not sure where they are exactly. So I'll be lying here till they get closer to me. So let's see if that is something that will be working out for him. One band again, finding their way in the top 5 team. They are looking again to get a chicken dinner, but it is only one man who last time took the fall. This time he will be waiting to see if he's going to be giving them a chicken dinner in this game. RE players, they might be exposing themselves to Emperor. He is aware of the location. They cook up the nade, but then Lilo's nade might just be the reason Emperor will be going in back to lobby. They see him, and a perfect spray there from Emperor, immediately going in for that push. Nade will be going closer to the zone, getting spotted by Emperor. The sprays are in, and he will be looking to get a knock here and basically wipe out RE using the IQ he has. And of course, he will be getting the last player from Ruthless Esports all the way back to lobby. Rescue Esports, they have the numbers, they have the view. All they need is that chicken dinner to be able to find their glory and their way to victory in the PMAC group stages. I mean, Rage Esports player Pew has been lying there for the longest time with no one seeing him. That could be a very dangerous stance. Imagine if RC doesn't see Pew and they get closer to him. That will leave Rusciano and Emperor on their knees, seeing that Spikey already is down, taken back to lobby, all the way from 4 players to just 2 remaining, and Pew might be able to make it even harder for RC right now.
Oh, things are looking very dire. That last player from one band, I had no idea that one band still had a man. Titan is still very much in the mix here, and he has caused a major upset to the plans. He's put a spanner in the works for the guys from Rescue Esports. So they now have to worry about him. Pew finally spotted by Desiree, knocked away by Navy SEALs, and now their plans are starting to come crumbling down. Titan looking for a way to surge through, inching, circling by the edge of the circle there, and he actually steals the elimination away from Navy SEALs. Desiree is going to be punching the air right now as that one goes down. Vigiano to the next one to follow through. Bellio will shut the door on him, and Double RG may just capitalize on this commotion that's going on. Grenade from Titan. If he sends it perfectly, he might just get the job done, and he launches that one just over to the side. Desiree can't seem to close that one down. Over to the side there. A little bit of a sandwich going on here. RRG needs to be very careful. Melio steps back just in time. The grenade misses him by a couple inches, and they will try again, but somehow Rescue Esports will crumble under the pressure. Now it's a 2 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1, and now this could be something. Desiree playing a little bit towards the devil and the deep blue sea, but he finally shuts that one down. Titan will fall, unfortunately, and this will be one of the opening books here for RRG. Can they get the chicken? Desiree's been spotted, but now the single alternate position here inside of the silo will shut it down, and Desiree will go for the finish. And Emperor, can he rule? Not this time. Rolls back into the other side. Melio peeks up onto the other side. Bait and switch over to the right, tries to circle back again. Desiree won't be no match for Double RG. They will take the chicken dinner, and they will rage on. And what a performance.
I mean, I am impressed. Amazing plays. They're coming from Rage Esports. They needed that chicken dinner. They wanted that chicken dinner, and they made sure it worked. They made sure they fought their way to victory. And I believe right now, Melio and his teammates are the happiest guys so far when it comes to game 2. But of course, that was the last game for Group B. Amazing comeback there from all the teams from Group B. I'm sure the overall ranking will be quite interesting. So I really can't wait to see how that turns out. You know, Rage Esports, they're doing their thing. RC surviving that long. Almost all the teams have really put their best foot forward. One band, even though they haven't gotten their chicken dinner, you can imagine where they are right now in overall ranking. That survival by Titan is enough for anything to happen in their overall ranking so far. Honestly, I'm impressed. Group B, I'm impressed. So far, I'm happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I am also impressed. I mean, the pressure on them was just a little bit higher, you know, because they still have some games to cover on, but they still had some points to, they still have some points to cover. And I think it also ties into the fact that the likes of One Band, Rescue Esports, all of these guys had to put in the work, and they absolutely did. If they can't get it chicken dinner, they might as well eliminate at least a quarter of the lobby, and that is exactly what they just did. MVP still Vigiano again. This guy is absolutely incredible. I will see him in the finals. He's definitely one of the players I want to be keeping my eyes on in the grand final if they can keep their performance up. But right now, 5 eliminations. I mean, almost 850 plus damage point, 5 knocks to follow through, 2 assists, and he was putting in the work there for Rescue Esports. He literally did the job. Unfortunately for them, the placement on the angles just didn't work out in their favor, but Lil Zoka was also in the mix for Ruthless Esports. Navy Seals did have Desiree in the mix as well. Matrix from RRQ and Spiky from Rescue Esports, all in the top 5 of the players, all averaging roughly between 3 to 5 eliminations and still falling between 500 to 800 points in damage. Again, that tells you, but these guys averaging at least 25 minutes on the clock. That shows you how incredibly durable these players are. If there's any characteristic any player has to possess, is durability, ability to survive on that very, very tough pressure situations, and that's what I love to see from some of these players. 25 minutes on the clock, but Mitch, you saw the game. I mean, 53 eliminations, 10 headshots, 307 meters from Vaccine. I think I saw that shot from Vaccine. I'm trying to remember what shot it was, but I think I saw what shot that was. I'm trying to remember what team, because it was a final elimination shot. So we saw that in the feed. I think it was against one of the guys from Mercenary Union, but I'm not sure. But I could be wrong on that one. But I know I saw it in the game. We had 1 airdrop looted and 2 grenade eliminations. A lot of action was in this game. And towards the end of the game, I can't wait to see the highlights, because we saw how those teams played towards the end of the game. With Rescue Esports and the rest of them. Mitch, you saw how it went down.
Yeah, basically, I mean, 3 Crowns Esports here. 3C player 4 had a chance of surviving this, but he decided to go in for that push quite low, and that did cost 3 Crowns Esports. But if he was just a little bit more patient, then maybe things would have been a little bit different. But then Lambo did come in, and he was using Chris's favorite gun, that is M249, and with that one gun, he was able to take out a whole team. That went in for that push. I mean, one M249 is enough to wipe out a team, and we have seen Lambo doing it here on our screens. And then now Mercenary Union, they tried to dominate their way to victory. They tried to make their rotations, but then it didn't really work out for them. With Rage Esports players, Pubg there, we saw how good he is when it comes to holding one ground for quite some time before anything can happen to him. But at the end of the day, it did work out, and we'll be seeing that in a few. But for Ruthless Esports, they really did put in the pressure for MU, making it really hard for them to get their numbers still intact by the end of the game. And of course, Rashiano, the man with the flank, did get the right rotation happening. The first knock on Angry, which gave his team the push they needed to go in for that fight against Angry X-Smoke. They needed their numbers here, and they did exactly that. They were composed, they were prepared, and just like that, they were able to take home the 3 players from Angry X-Smoke that had gone in for that push against them. They really did a good job. Temper as well did do a fight there with 21st Century. They did manage to win that fight, and they were able to survive for quite some time before we said goodbye to them as well. But then Ruthless Esports, even though they were not able to get that chicken dinner, we had them really farming eliminations all around them, trying to get as many numbers up as they can. Same to Slazy. He waited out for the players from One Band, Temper, to get closer to him, and he got that knock. And at last, RRQ will be happy for, I'm not sure if it's solid, but he really did get the numbers up, the elimination points for RRQ here. He was the only man standing, and he did make it count. He ensured he got that wipe on Temper before he said goodbye to the fights in Miramar. So far in this high ground, this is where we lost, I think, all the teams most of the teams lost numbers, they lost the teammates, they were getting exposed to third party sprays, they were getting exposed to nades connecting, and we started losing numbers. That is where we lost the last player from RRQ. RC, they had the numbers by the time we were here. But then by the time it was done, we had RC losing players one by one. Even though Emperor did put up a fight, did get the elimination points up, at the end of the day, they were eliminated because their numbers started dwindling as the fight was almost coming to an end. And that is how the fight was given easily on RRG's plate, and they got themselves a winner chicken dinner with just 2 players remaining from their team. I believe RRG is happy right now looking at Palabala, 1 elimination, a damage of 338, Melio getting 1 elimination, a damage of 388 as well. Oh, 38 and 88. Okay, I see. Pew Pew getting 3 eliminations, a damage of 420. And then now Slazy, 1 elimination and a damage of 305. I mean, Priest, I believe this chicken dinner for RRG will be moving them up, seeing that you had said they were at least 3 points away to get into the top 14. I believe they have jumped higher than we expected them to do so far.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and that's sets things apart when you look at the overall standings. 17 points from Rescue Esports, a big jump. Double RG as well with 16, Navy Seals with 13, and Double RQ with 10. Now, this is a lot of points spread across. That is what makes this particular group very tricky. The points do not just go one way, they spread across really interestingly. Ruthless Esports also with 9 points, one band with 7, and coming off a chicken dinner, 7 points in the next game. That's a very good performance at this stage. Mercenary Union also 6 points to the good. Temper with 4 also in the mix. 3 Crown Esports and Mercenary, and I would say Mercenary, Mad Monkeys with 1, and OBK also with 1 elimination. And if you take a look at the rest of the teams, the Eclipse Esports, 21st Century, Angry Smoke, Zeus, and Cypher, unfortunately no points on the board for these teams. Not enough to make things a little bit more tricky for them. But taking a look at this, we will see 3 Crown Esports now up to top 2. Second place goes to them. Execute dropping all the way down to 3rd, and things are looking very interesting for the rest of these teams. Now RJC still haven't been moved from that top 4 position. Unique as well, probably the same thing with them, but one band, that chicken dinner and that performance catapults them all the way through into the top 6, 77 points. And that is how we love a team that loves to perform on that high pressure environments. Angry Smoke also dropping off just a little bit there, 71 points, still not the worst thing in the world, but now we are seeing how it looks as we go on. Temper in 68 with in 9th place, and the guys from Double RG, Chicken Dinner catapults them into the top 10 right now. More Esports with 66, tied with Neon Rising, and we are going to see that group later on today to see who is going to make it out of there. But that performance from Rescue Esports puts them into the limelight. 8 games played, 63 points, just 2 points ahead of 1011 Ecstasy, Final Boss, and Rejects X, still yet to crack the shield. But it's not over just yet. We are just kicking off. Group C is up next. Brand new map, brand new group, brand new vibes, but it is still the same tournament, the PMAC 2025. So stay locked in, ladies and gentlemen. 2 games down, 3 more to go. And by the time we come back, Sanhok will be on your screens. Don't touch that now. But
All right, we are back. Welcome back, my good people. Of course, it is your girl Mitch Gaming, and we're here live again for the third game of the day, and that is going to be Sanhok. And you can see my co-cast has changed, and I'll be letting him introduce himself and tell us how he feels about today's games so far.
What's up? Welcome, guys. My name is the PTK Youngblood, but don't be fooled by the name. I am not the young, but I am the man himself, the man Youngblood. And guys, day number 5, the second day. Can I say it is the second previous day? Oh, what English should I use? The day before the final day.
Yeah, it is the second previous day.
Yeah, I think that is the right English. Yo, guys, if you do English lit, you guys can correct us down below in the comment section. But guys, today we are seeing some turnarounds. We are seeing incredible things happening. We have been seeing clutches. We have been seeing comebacks. Look at the RCs. Look at the one band. Look at the MUs. Look at the rate. These guys are coming all in. And guys, as per the schedule, on the day number 5, the first game that was Erangel. The second game, we played Miramar, the land of dust, the land of the dry bones. And right now, match number 3, my favorite, and that is Sanhok, the land of the green pastures, the land of the campus, the land of the pasturist. Yeah, us, the love line on the grass. One of the best, a 6x6 map. After that, that is the match number 4, match number 5. But right now, we have concentrated so much on this group number C, which is going to be playing and starting off the day number 5 with Sanhok. We have seen the rejects, the X-Force rejects. They have been very good. They have been awesome. But today, we need them to bring all their goods. We have the Galaxies, the Glories, Espada, another rising giant. And today, they are going to be tested because all the teams, they know what is on the line. And I give you the 4 words. The fight is on. It has been incredible, and we are expecting to see teams. Look at the boss, look at Insane, look at the Riz. These guys know what is on the line. These guys are pushing all in. They are coming all in. And just as the previous group happened, you see the MUs, the LCs. Right now, we are expecting to see underdogs coming forward. Underdogs bringing their all because they know the pressure is on. They know what is on the line as we are speaking, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, Group C there, they know what they need to battle for, and that is basically a chance in the top 14. They are the only group so far that have only 6 matches played. They can play 2 more games and move Group A or B players down the top 14 slot. But we'll be seeing if that's going to be the case. For Group C, they have the chance again to make us as surprised as Group B has in the previous games, that is in Erangel and Miramar. And as we enter the third game of the day, that is Sanhok, we are going to be waiting to see which teams are going to be really impressing us. I believe the Galaxy, RJC, Glory, Triberians, the Donkey, Zeus Final Boss, all these teams are going to be really putting their best foot forward. Right now, everything lies on the games they'll be playing today and tomorrow. You have seen the overall ranking so far, PTK. You have seen where the teams are lying. You have seen what is happening to Group A after Group B have played. So you can imagine now what will happen when Group C plays their matches as well. We'll be seeing a very interesting turn in the overall ranking. But do you think it's going to be possible? You've seen the margin in the overall ranking. You've seen where Group A is, where Group B is, and where Group C is. Do you think in these games it is possible for them to move Group A teams down the leaderboard?
Honestly, I believe it's possible. I believe it's very much possible. Nothing is impossible at the moment because these teams have been surprising us. And I believe this group number C, with their 2 games, they can do a lot. They might push the teams that are on the leaderboards down at the rankings because these guys, they have that opportunity. They know the points that they need and they know what they need to do. When it comes to strategies, these guys are going to be changing their strategies, not the same ones as they used in the previous games, but improvise because they know the type of lobbies that they are in. They know the type of teams that they are playing against. They know how it is right now. Pressure mounting, pressure building, and they know what they need to be doing. And guys, as we look right now, we still have 14 teams in the building. We have the rejects, we have the F4. And I must talk about the F4s because We've
Mm-hmm.
seen one of their players doing that mighty 1v4 clutch, and we are expecting to see something of the sort we saw in the previous
Mm-hmm.
games. So a player doing a 1v3 with an that is the M249, one of the
Yep.
most underrated but mightiest weapons in the game. And I know that in this game, we are going to be getting instances of that because these players very much invested in today's games. And this is the day before the final day. That is the day number 5 out of 6. What will we be seeing? And what? Look at this, Mitch. The donkeys are
Mm-hmm.
taking Espada. What is happening? Espada are losing two of their players.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how the teams really need to get their points up. And I believe for the Donkeys now, that is something they will be prioritizing. They need their elimination points, they need their placement points in check. And if it means taking on that early fight, that is exactly what will be happening. But then so far, it seems like Espada there will be taking on the players from Zeus final boss. Sorry, not even Espada, sorry about that. But we'll be seeing how this plays out for the teams right now. Glory, they will be forced to take on the players from Zeus final boss. Spyro trying to cook up a nade, but is going to connect there because Glory players will moving around there. The nade doesn't really do the thing. He does try to cook up a second nade here. The pre-fires are in. He does get the damage, but then he moves on time. But unfortunately for him, you have to watch your back because Fagioso will be coming from the back and he's spotted as well by Ara and will be taken back to lobby because right now there is no mercy. Yes, we can give you the glory because of your name, but there is no mercy. Everyone needs to make their way to the top 14, and we have just one more day to go.
Oh my goodness me. Right now, we are seeing a lot of that parties. Glories, they were on the winning end, but right now, we have the evil ones coming in for the third parties. I believe 4 teams are in this area. Glory, they had gotten 3 of the boss team. But right now, the boss, final boss, Arara, he was able to clutch against the Glory eSports that was member, and he was able to get 1 revive. But as we can see, this final boss, that is the Cairo final boss, eliminated as pressure, as tempers continue rising. This is just it. Third parties, you need to depend on that. Glory with the 2 eliminations, Donkey with the 2. We have the DTs with 1, and finally the boss with the 2 eliminations, and still at 2 players in their team. So the final boss, that is Arara, was able to revive one of his crucial members. And you can see the evil ones are getting downed by the OBPs. That is the original Black Panthers, and they know that this is their home. Talk about the green pastures, talk about the wide-eyed trees. They know that this is their place. Evil one are receiving quite some beautiful spray, trying to recuperate. Look at the nade. BP are getting knocked, and we have a fight. This is the evil one. 0 eliminations for the man. Very, very low. That is the 7 RP. I think making the push across the play, and he gets the knock, and he gets that player down. 3 down because I am here. OBPs, they still make the push too. Only one of the players is remaining. That is Baudet. And Baudet is being eliminated by the third parties from
Wow.
the evil one. What is this third parties when it comes to Sanhok, Mitch? What is with these third parties?
Well, I'm actually as shocked as you are because how did that happen? That one player ruined it for a whole team just by being meters away from the fight. But now we have RJC taking on the fight against the Galaxy. Nades coming from both teams, and one does connect, and RJCS is down. The teammates will be going in for that push. Reverb, unfortunately, is no longer in the game. Baby trying to get the push happening. He switches immediately to the DBS. He wants to make sure that DBS counts. Amazing cover from his teammate. Another player does go down from Galaxy. Just 2 players actually standing. They will be trying to go in for that push, but now RJC will be focusing on that revive. Galaxy, him is just that guy who wants to be the one going in for that push. S29 trying to get the nades towards RJC, but the question is, are they going to be making their way to wipe out RJC? For now, nades getting cooked up by Baby, trying to get the Kobe's on Galaxy, but then it doesn't really connect here. Baby, he will be going in for that push. They are retreating. He's trying to go far away, avoiding that thirst, but then we cannot avoid the inevitable. You have to go back to lobby, and Nasser does make sure that that is going to the case. And now Galaxy, 2 players are standing. RJC putting on the pressure. A trio versus a duo. They need to get this basically going on before we can see a team third part in this fight. We have literally witnessed a team losing their chances because someone was watching meters away waiting for that chance to eliminate a team. I believe nothing can be said so far. You cannot predict. Everything is unexpected in Sanhok. It is a small map, but very, very, very many big chances for people to just get eliminations if they want to farm them.
Yeah, everything is very much unexpected indeed. We are seeing teams losing players because of those third parties, and I believe being a very small map, these third parties are very, very crucial. If you are not the one giving the third party, you will be on the receiving end. So you better make that third party count. The Galaxies, they have been doing their best, but they lost two of their players to the RGCs. The RGCs with one of their players down right now. Espada, this is their final player, that is Florent, and I believe they might have some information that there is a player here, and that is Espada Florent in between two teams and one third party, and there is no way for escaping the RGCS. One of the top players when it comes to the RGC. This guy has been getting eliminations. I believe his highest kill count, his highest elimination count is 11, and that was in Erangel. Most probably, I think it was in day 2. I'm not quite sure. I shall be corrected if I may have gotten the information wrong. But guys, as we continue, the evil ones, they have to elimination. But look at that party. RGCS, this guy at a very high land and giving that parties to each and every team within that vicinity. And look at this, getting yet another elimination. Evo Malone eliminated by the RGCS, and that is why that guy deserves an MVP title, and that is why he is one of the top fraggers in this game. At the moment, Evil Ones leading with 5 eliminations. We have the RGCs with 4, Glory with the 2 eliminations, Donkeys with the 2, Bows with the 2, and finally Galaxy, DT, and F4 crippling in with the 1 elimination. But it is not just over yet. This is just but a first game in the day 5 for the group number C. Very interesting things that are happening, and this is Sanhok, the land of the campus, the land of the strategists, pasturists, call them whatever you want, but this has been my favorite map. And I have a question, Mitch. When it comes to the weapon of choice, what weapons of choice would you say are the most OP when it comes to Sanhok?
SMGs. The silent weapons are the best. The SMG, UMP. Honestly, UMP in Sanhok is unmatched. UMP and maybe a DBS for the close quarters and an M416 for the long range sprays. But honestly, UMP in Sanhok, unless I'm those old players, but SMG in Sanhok is just too OP. That's something I have to say. It's the SMGs for me, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, SMGs are good, but what about SMGs versus shotguns? We've seen shotguns very, very OP, very catastrophic when it comes to these 1v1s. What would you choose, the shotguns or the SMGs? That is close.
Shotgun. Shotgun. I've seen what these players can do. Let me stick with my shotgun. There's no way I'm going against a DBS player in the PMAC group stages with this type of players in the game. You've seen what they can do with the shotgun. The SOFK and the DBS, they have humbled the teams just by using that one gun. But then talking about humbling, you can see what the evil ones are doing there. They're trying to stake their way. But RJC is aware that there's a team right in front of them, so they'll be waiting to see if there's a chance to maybe get a knock or two on the players from Evil Ones. Then we can go in for that push. But I'm not sure if that is something they'll be able to do now, seeing that we can also see other teams closing in on them. The zone is about to move. Painan Bootcamp along Ruins, just outside Ruins. That is a little bit safe for the teams, so they need to start making their rotations towards the zone. Since Sanhok is a small map, and once the zone starts shifting, the damage from the zone increases actually faster as the game progresses. So they really need to focus on that zone. And Nasser there has been spotted. Amazing spray there from Goat, and he will be cooking up a nade, trying to get Nasser, but then thinking on his feet. Nasser is retreating, knowing that a nade could be coming my way anytime soon. The nade gets closer, and Nasser is quite lucky that he changed his position before anything happened to him. Right now, everything is crucial for these teams. They need to make the right rotations, they need to make the right calls. 4 games may seem a lot, but what points are we gathering from those 4 games? Are we going to be getting 4 points in total after the 4 games, or are we going to be getting 40 points in total? You can see what I'm trying to do here, PTK. If you imagine you play here and you go
Mhm.
back to lobby with 1 kill, no placement points. That is 1 point. You will not be getting anything from the 4 games so far. You get?
Yeah, I saw that situation when it came to the 3 Crown esports. In the previous game, these guys were able to get only 1 elimination point. Placement points, these guys were butchered. They didn't even get 1 placement point. And I believe that made them just 1 point. I think it just gave them a 1 point margin from the team execute. But right now, these teams, oh my goodness me. RGCS, this man with that party right now, he has 4 eliminations from this exact position. These guys has been trailing each and every team. He has the spot, he has the blue zone, I believe, so he needs to start getting into that zone. But that man, this point, has been very strategic for his team. They have 8 eliminations, but this guy, he has contributed 4 of the eliminations. So that strategic point. And I believe when it comes to Sanhok, you need to occupy those highland points as fast as you can, because there is where the elimination points come from. If you wanna, oh my goodness, Force 4 Crasher crashing out at the Galaxies, and the Galaxies at the moment, they are seeing pure stars in a different galaxy. That is the F4 galaxy as itself, as it say, X-Force rejects, RGCS, with the fall, Force 4 Azrael, Force 4 Sham, the man quite famous of his 1v4 clutch. These are the teams that are remaining. 10 teams in total. 32 players to be very much specific. DKs right now in a fight. DK Deidara has been doing some awesome things in the previous games. The Donkeys, they need to bring their all. Right now, I believe they might be in the winning hand. They might be.
Oh,
my
what?
goodness me! That is what is called a nade from perfection. Perfect nade, perfect elimination. GG's to the DKs, and that is how you get kicked by the Donkeys.
What? That grenade? No way. That landed literally on the player's face. He was moving outside of that corner room and he was trying to go in for that push. But then, I mean, you've said it. That is a perfect grenade. It has been launched and cooked to perfection. It tastes pure. Like, I don't even know what it tastes like because I've never been naded like that. But I believe that player will be telling us how did that grenade feel, because the Donkeys were able to cook up an amazing grenade. Honestly, good stuff there from the Donkeys. That will be something I believe a couple of people will be talking about for a while here. They will be giving them their flowers for that amazing grenade and that clutch and getting and getting their numbers up. But then so far, Force, that is F4, will be eliminated as well. RJC is really cooking up the fight here. They're really getting their points. 11 eliminations to the RJC name is too early in the game. You're just going into the 4th phase, 8 teams still remaining, 11 eliminations. That's a little bit too high. By the time the game comes to an end, RJC might just be getting, I don't want to say it, but they might make it to the 20 eliminations mark if they continue the same tempo. I'm just saying it. We're not sure. But if they continue farming the way they are, then they might be doing something. But then no more clan here taking on the dream team. Let's get a knock and a thirst on Nova. And our dream team will be down 1 player going in for that next zone fight. It will be quite hard for them, seeing that the numbers are down. And no more clan wants to put in the same pressure, making sure Peter doesn't get to where he's going to right now. He needs to get basically to cover before the players from Normal, that is Zelo, get to eliminate him. Honestly, right now, every single team is about to sweat. This is literally a sweaty lobby for Group C right now.
Yeah, but they need to be very much comfortable. They need to be very much careful, because they need not to be comfortable at that exact point, because the RGCs, these guys are on a rampage. They are getting eliminations and they are getting them fast. 11 eliminations for the RGCs. Right now they have the positioning, and the No More might be taking up a fight against the RGCs. A fight that they might win, but high chance that they might lose, because we know the game has been in favor of the RGC because of their strategic positioning, because of their strategic and I believe they have that mentality, the winning mentality. They know that they can. They know that they can win the game. Right now, they are going all in. RGC, they have 11 eliminations. Donkeys with the 3. One of their players is knocked. Bows with the 2 eliminations. TBW 1. GT with 1. Normal with 1. Reese with 0. And finally, the rejects, they still have 0. So this game, one of the most competitive that I am seeing at the moment. Sanhok being one of the hardest maps ever. Because of the size, because of the terrain. That is why Sanhok is not an easy map. We have seen players have so much used to playing. Can I say that is Erangel? They know Pochinki, but when it comes to Sanhok, this is no man's land. No man's land, because you just have to have the right outfit, right team, and the right everything. There is no fumbling at this exact point. But the DK Didara with the 2 eliminations. We have the Hachu with 1 elimination. Dibala with the 1 elimination. They have a full squad. Riz getting the reject paradox. Riz laser getting lasered back to the lobby by paradox. It is a battle. Get 1 knock, I get 1 knock. Get 2 knocks, I get 2 knocks. Get me to the lobby, I get you to the lobby. I'll fight a war that watching. I'll fight a war scene. And guys, don't forget that this is the PMSC for a reason. Tribe Warriors almost eliminated. What is this game? I believe we might be seeing some of the. I think this match might be the match with the most grenade eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at how the teams are taking on the fight, the nades are getting cooked up here. We have seen them used by RJC, Tribe Warriors, the Donkeys. We have seen them use the grenades to perfection. They have used them for what they were created for. And now, Tribe Warriors is giving RJC a run for their money. They want to take them back to lobby because they need to get the chicken dinner as well. Madness, they are doing a very impressive spray here, but then unfortunately, you will not be taking on RJC. They need their chicken dinner, and if it means taking the Madness all the way back to lobby, you can only get mad by yourself. RJC, baby, there is a down now. 1 man remains standing. That is RJCS. Will be forced to get a revive or maybe make their rotation, but then Nasser is finally up. He'll be giving his team some cover, but nades are getting cooked up by the Tribe Warriors. They want to get everything working out. The nades need to connect here. An S's grenade might just be the Kobe we're looking for on Tribe Warriors. It does get a knock there, and Madness is back to lobby. Tribe Warriors and RJC clash is the best battle so far here in PMAC, because right now we can only have one winner in this fight. Either RJC gets to surrender their eliminations to Tribe Warriors, or Tribe Warriors will be going back to lobby on RJC's mercy. But then so far, they are still surviving. Tribe Warriors, they will be making their way to the zone. RJC making their rotations as well. The Donkeys still dominating, but then now for no more, they have to be really careful. You have a player there coming in from the back. The knock is in, and now Zold will be going in for that push. They know the dream team is there. Peter, he is aware of his location, switches the Og. Now Peter is down as well. Tribe, the players from No More will not live in this game anymore. They will be trying to survive, and they do exactly that. And Aura is basically the reason why No More is still standing, but then RJC will be closing as well. They want to take on the teams, and just like that, the numbers keep going down. You can see what's happening right now. PTK, No More is losing numbers. RJCS is going in for that push. He is confident. The DBS is in hand. He wants to take on the last player from No More. He wants to take that Aura with him. He wants to make sure no more farming for Aura, because now it is going to be GG's for No More, and the good stuff there from RJC. I mean, PTK, this group is not easy. It's not.
It's not easy at all. No more. They were getting butchered. The RGCs, these guys, they are men on a mission. And guys, at the moment, I believe they might be having one of the highest probabilities, not in terms of numbers, but in terms of what they are doing in the field. As you can see, the eliminations, they are going higher, player count going lower. As we continue, the RGCs, they are moving as a pack. They are moving as a team, just like the Wolves. Leave no man behind. We go as one, and we push as one. But might this be very ambitious for the RGCs? Bro, what is this praise? These men, they know what they want. They know what they want. Reject Arnos. We are coming to reject you. Are we going to reject you? Reject Arnos. Arnos with the push. Arnos, oh my goodness me. He got one of the players. And right now he needs to get Nasir. Nasir eliminated. That was too ambitious. The rejects, they had the chance. The X-Force, they had the chance, but unfortunately, they were too ambitious. They were too ambitious. They were caught lacking, and that is how you lose a game. DK Deidara getting knocked, but a perfect nade. These are the rejects. These are coming for the win. Reject parody with quite a knock. DK Dibala getting pushed by the Rush God. Rush God. It is a 3v3, but the DK Deidara is down. They get that elimination right now. 2v3, quite some nade, but that didn't quite do the job. This is the Rush God. A rushing Dibala. This is an SPLK and DBS battle. Gather in. That is a DK Dibala. And Dibala strikes again. Dibala strikes more. It is a 2v2 situation. Dibala gets that finish. And the reject Anos are trying to cook up and Molly, trying to cook up the need, and trying to go for that push. Dibala. Will he make the... Oh my goodness. What is with these days? We have seen a catastrophic moment, and the DKs are officially out, and that is how we do it. Rejecting each and every team and making the lobby seem easy. They came for the win, they came for the push, they rejected it all, and they accepted that win. GG's for the rejects, GG's for them. They did it. W's.
Yep, you heard it from PTK. Their Rejects X did put up a fight there, and finally they got their winner chicken dinner. Amazing stuff there from them. Honestly, that was what we call an electric fight. They did put up a fight, and it did finally give them a chicken dinner. Dibala's name was sung there by PTK, but that song PTK might just be the reason Dybala is chilling in lobby right now. But you know what? We love to see it. Amazing gameplay there from Reject X. I mean, I have enjoyed that fight. I thought Group B was here to take the win, but then when you look at Group C teams, one team getting 16 eliminations, that is RJC, and they go back to lobby in 5th place. They're still on the winning side in terms of points. So I'm really invested right now to see what Group C is up to and how it will be affecting the overall ranking when it comes to Group C games. This is their first game, PTK, their first game of the day.
That is their first game, and guys, not leaving any stone unturned. That was one of the hottest matches that I have seen in the day number 5. And guys, for the MVP, without a doubt, these guys, they came in. The X-Force rejects, that is the RGC baby. Baby in the name, Baraman when it comes to the game. GG's for the guy. He had 9 eliminations, quite some damage, 1,488 damage. He had 7 knocks, 2 assists, and this man, that was quite some healing. That was quite some survival. That was awesome to watch. That was awesome to even see these players attempt getting these type of eliminations, and I believe that is the highest elimination count that we have seen in the day number 5. RGC baby with the 9 elimination, but guys, we need to talk about the RGCS with the strategic positioning in the Highland. 4 eliminations, quite some damage from him. RGC Nasar, these guys, the RGCs, they took the 1, 2, 3 in the top players, but guys, the DKs, although they did not get the win, these men, they proved one thing. A win is important, but eliminations, that is the way to do it. DK Huncho, 2 eliminations. DK Deidara with the 6 elimination. And a lot of you guys are wondering, how is the DK Huncho there? Is because look at the damage, look at the knocks. Don't look at the eliminations as we speak, because we have players that have more eliminations. But when it comes to MVP, we look at how he has contributed when it comes to these games. Yo, Mitch, what is with this? I thought we had a lot of eliminations when it came to the nades. Oh my goodness, quite shocking, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, it is the second time we've seen 4 grenade eliminations here in day 5 games. While the eliminations at 53, headshots at 4, not the highest yet, but the long distance elimination from RJCS at 283 meters is still not basically pushing Russian outside, because he has the longest elimination at 411 meters. So I don't think that will be changing for now. We'll be waiting to see how that goes. 1 vehicle elimination and 2 2 airdrops looted so far. But so far, this game has been very much satisfying. I have watched Sanhok games a million and one times, but then this specific game here from Group C has just done it. I have enjoyed the games. Group C has done what they were intending to do today. They were really focused on those points, and I believe they have been able to farm those elimination points and placement points. But we'll be seeing if that is going to be the case. But just to see what happened in this game here, Sanhok third game of the day being the first game from Group C, we have seen very interesting fights starting with Zeus final boss. I believe here is when things started going downwards for the team that is Zeus final boss. Everything was just not going as planned. Their teammates were down one by one, but then the Glory somehow did survive and were able to eliminate Zeus final boss, taking them back to lobby. The one player from Evil Ones, and that is 7RB, was able to do very good pre-fires on the players from original Black Panthers, but then that one rotation is what got the Evil One surviving and beating the players there from Zeus. And now we can see RJC, they were here, they did try to flourish, and they were looking for that chicken. You saw how they were able to maneuver that fight in Paradise Resort, but then things did not go as planned. They ended up losing one player, but they still survived till the end of the game, where unfortunately that chicken dinner was just not it. RJC player Esther was also holding the best view. Being in the high ground, he could see all the fights happening all around him. Third party get the elimination and still survive without no one being able to get him off that hill. And of course, for F4, they tried their best here. They got the elimination points, but as the zone started shifting, it became quite hard for the Force team to make their way to the zone and maybe get their chicken dinner, because they were getting surrounded. RJC was putting up a fight here, and just like that, we lost the F4 team to RJC. That is how the numbers kept going up for the eliminations for RJC. At this point, 11 was already too high, but they kept on going and they kept on farming those eliminations, and that is how we got RJC all the way to 16 eliminations. We thought here it is going to be GG's for them. Tribe Warriors really put up the fight, but RJC was not going down easily without another fight on their end as well. And Tribe Warriors, unfortunately, when they were taking this fight, things that did not go as planned. The rotations did not really work out for them, and Tribe Warriors that did not make their way to the chicken dinner. They were just stopped on their tracks. For the normal clan as well, the games kept on getting intense. They finished one fight, and as soon as they finished, the dream team RJC came in closing in, and S was not backing down. I mean, S had an agenda, and he got that agenda fulfilled, getting the last player from normal all the way back to lobby. But then again, there's only going to be one winner when it comes to PUBG Mobile, and that team was none other than Reject X, because they got their rotations right. The nades kept on connecting, and the sprays worked out for them. And just like that, the donkeys were eliminated, and Reject X got their chicken dinner. I believe PTK here was just seeing it through. He saw what was going to happen, and I believe the ending was quite satisfactory for Reject X. What do you think about that, PTK?
Honestly, that was one of the best games that I've seen. A game of prowess, a game of tactics, a game of skills, and for the chicken dinner, those guys, they were just awesome. And guys, these are your winners in that Sanhok game. We have the Reject Aparado. He had the 5 eliminations, 449 damage, quite some damage. We have the Reject Thanos with the 1 elimination, also quite some damage, nearly 300 damage. Reject Rash God, the man, the machine, 2 eliminations, and the damage that was close to 250. And those are that was just how they did it. And guys, you know, it all boils down to the match. It all boils down to the rankings. How did you do? We had the RGCs. These men, I believe they would have won the chicken dinner if they did not get too excited in that game. They had 21 points, quite good, because they had the eliminations and they had the placement, 5 placement, but I believe they could have gotten something even more. We have the Rejects, they got the chicken dinner. 18, we have the donkeys with the 17. The donkeys put up a fight, and that is why they are there. The normal, they did something majestic, something awesome. They did not get quite the eliminations, but they were able to place themselves with those good points. For because I believe this was not one of their best games, but they need to be doing some improving. This has been awesome. This has been incredible. And look at this. This is what you call a game changer. Just 7 matches and already at 107 total points. So this is why they were going for all those pushes. They know where they are. They know they still have 1 match to go so that they may equal with the rest. 107 points, GG's. Look at the rejects, the people that got the chicken dinner, 70 points, propelling themselves to the number 8. That was quite a game for them. They did their best, and that is why they are at the rank number 8. They got the chicken dinner right now, very much happy. They know they still have 1 match, and they know that they can turn everything around when it comes to the second game and the game to equal the match number with all the other teams. That is the number 8. That was a GG's. And we are seeing teams going top, bottom, rising, lowering themselves up the rankings, down the rankings. That is because of these games. Teams are getting motivated as we continue. As teams see that they are losing it, they put on more effort. That is why we are seeing a change and a big difference from the day 1, day 2, right now the day number 5. That is why we are seeing such a significant difference, and that is how the table is. We have Zeus at the number 2, 3 crowns with the number 3, X. That is the Execute, Unique eSports, One Band, Angry today, a game changer, and we are yet to see all the action. That was just the game number 3. You still have the game number 4. You still have the game number 5. Who will prove that he's got what is required to make it to the top 14? A battle of wits, a battle of prowess, a battle of action, and a battle of composure as we know it. PMAC 2025 Africa, our time has come and our time to shine is on as we continue, Mitch. I know you've been seeing these, and what can you say when it comes to the overall rankings?
I mean, I am not as shocked for RJC. Their 107 points, that is expected. I mean, all those eliminations, 16 eliminations from just one game, that does make sense for us to have, a team getting 107 points in total. That does cross the 100th mark. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the teams are going to be performing now. The groups, they have seen where they are. They have seen with one game, this is what we can do. So what can we do now with the coming game and of course the games tomorrow, because it is just one more day and we'll be saying goodbye to the PMAC group stages games. So I'm really interested to see how the teams are going to be performing in the PMAC 2025 group stages, of course brought to you by Infinix GT30 Pro, and they came from nowhere with GT30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. By now, win a trip to 2025 PMGC, be their number 1 fan, and outplay the rest. But I believe PTK, there's nothing we can say because everyone is outplaying each other. But for now, I think we'll be taking a short break and then we'll be seeing you guys for the next game for Group C.
Here we go now.
Hello guys, welcome back to the PMAC. That is the day number 5 and we are right now going to the match number 4. The land that we all love, the land that has made a lot of champions, the land that has made us very much familiar with PUBG Mobile, and I am talking about the match itself, the map itself, and that is Erangel. Match number 4. And guys, this has been an incredible day. A day that has been marked with a lot of chicken dinners, a lot of action. That is the match number 1. One man, they took the chicken dinner. The Rage eSports from the Group B. They took the game number 2. Game number 3, that is the Reject X. Right now, we are going to Erangel, the land of Pochinki, the land of apartments, the land school, Gatka, Milta, and the rest. And then finally, this is the final game when it comes to the group number C. And then in the group number A, we shall be seeing them make a debut in the day 5 with one of their games, and that will be the last game, which is Miramar. But right now, all our concentration is in the map itself, Erangel, one of the biggest maps, one of the best maps, and I believe if you are a public player, you have come across this map, you have played this map multiple times, hundreds if not thousands of times. So right now, let us see what these teams are bringing, what type of skills, what type of composure, what type of action are they bringing in this game. Are we going to be seeing the Rejects S are taking another win? Are we going to see the X-Force Rejects make another clutch? It is a question of now or never. It is a question of Erangel right now, Mitch, as we continue. And I believe already these ring leaders are very much comfortable, as we watched in the previous game. But are they really going to play like that when it comes to this game?
Yeah, probably we'll be seeing more from Rejects when it comes to this, the last game for Group C in today's games. But so far, every team right now in Group C is really putting in the effort here. They're really trying to do what they have to do to get that chicken. So we'll be waiting to see how they will be maneuvering around Erangel. Which calls will the IGLs be making? Which rotations are they going to be choosing to make, depending on where the zone is going to be landing, with the flight path coming from the northern side all the way to the southern side. We'll be seeing where these teams will be landing, where we're going to be expecting them to be, and where are they going to be choosing as their safe haven. Since Severny, it has been basically named the hottest spot right now in the PMAC group stages. Every single group, somehow, when it comes to Erangel, we'll always be seeing teams are landing here. We'll be seeing them taking their fights in Severny very early in the game. So let's just wait and see how that plays out. Yes, Napoleon doesn't have many teams. You only can see the glory there. And the safe zone has decided it will be on the western side, basically, of Erangel. So let's see what's going to be happening, what is going to be transpiring, which teams are we going to be seeing dominating in this 4th game of the day. Honestly, I am locked in. I hope the viewers are locked in as well, because what these teams are cooking today is just too good not to be taken by everyone right now.
Exactly that. As Mitch has said, we are all locked in when it comes to today's games, when it comes to the action, and I hope the audience is also locked in. Are very, very OP, awesome, and incredible. And guys, get your popcorns out, because we are definitely in for some action of a lifetime. And I need to remind you this. We have the X-Force Rejects from South Africa, and we have the Reject X from Mauritius. So kindly take note of that, because I've seen a couple of guys are getting confused of which reject is which reject. But guys, don't forget about that. X-Force Rejects from South Africa and the Reject X from Mauritius. 2 different teams, 2 different countries, but the action is in the same lobby. Espada has not been having a very good game. They were eliminated almost fast in the previous game. That is 3 of its players, and the last player was the one that was struggling so much to get the placement points. But I hope we shall be seeing something different when it comes to this game. And Mitch talked about Savani. I think Savani is the new hot drop. Honestly speaking, Savani has been receiving, let a minimum of 3 teams each and every time Erangel is on the play. Each and every time Savani has been it. But every time, I think the RGCs, I've seen the RGCs land at that is Savani, but every time they have been eliminated, and I hope to see a different game when it comes to these Erangel D5, because right now teams, they are not that pushy. Don't
Yeah.
push easily because they know what is on the line. Mitch, I have a question. Like, is there a difference in the gameplay when it comes to this day?
Yes, of course. Honestly, what I'm seeing here is for Group B and C, all of them are more focused on their elimination points. I do not see them trying to play it safe, wait for the last zone fights, and then get their chicken dinner. What is happening is most of the teams are taking on the early fights, something I was not expecting to happen, seeing that they are basically playing on the last games 4 p.m. AC group stage for them to get a chance here in the grand finale, of course, in Nairobi, Kenya, Charter Hall. Of course, I hope you guys have gotten your tickets. But honestly, when you look at what the teams are doing, it is very interesting that most of them have chosen the early fights. I did not expect that, PTK. I expected the teams to wait. When you're anticipating that win, the numbers to go up, you'll always
Uh-huh.
try be as tactical as you can be with every push you make, every rotation, every landing spot you pick in all the maps. But here, it seems like the teams are not looking at it that way. They're more on winning these points. And if it means us landing with a team, let's go. I think that is what is happening for the players in this last, well, basically the second last day for PMSC group stages.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, that is true. The mentality has changed. The thing that we were seeing the day one, teams were holding their position up until the last zone. But right now, teams are going for the fight early in the game because I think they've realized like getting the eliminations early, that is easy. But getting the eliminations in the last zone, that is quite hard because teams have numbers. Maybe you don't have the numbers. So they are trying to get these early fights and then try to get the placement. Maybe if they have like 2 players or 1 player remaining, but the early fights, that is what they are going for. They know that teams are not very much equipped, very well equipped when it comes to the starting fights. Where the early fights teams or maybe level ones, the vest, the level 1 helmet, and that is why they want to take advantage of that. So anytime you get like that M416, you have that level 2, you have that helmet, why not make the push? So that mentality has been making the teams get quite some eliminations, but unfortunately also get quite some casualties. Team surviving with only 1 player who is trying so hard to get that placement point. But right now the question is that really going to work when it comes to this Erangel game? 46 players in this lobby, 12 teams in total. We are 6 minutes into the game. Tribe Warriors, we have not seen them doing can I say incredible stuff. They had a very good fight against the RGCs, but the Tribe Warriors, I think they need to have that different mentality. They need to get those eliminations. They need to get those placements. Right now, the DK hackers is down, and they are trying to get that revive. They are trying to get that fight, locking in counter knocks, counter strikes. That is the mood to go when it comes to this DK team. A very good team, Mitch. When it comes to these games, we know of their potential, but
Yeah.
is this really enough for them?
For DK right now, I can say they're doing a good job. It's almost going to be enough if they continue the same tempo. If they try to make it in the top two, or even the winning team, they get in the chicken dinner. So all these might just be working out for DK, but this early fight is not going for them already. They have one of their teammates being knocked. Galaxy is really trying to get the revive as they try to eliminate the players from DK as well. They need to get their revive before the Galaxy team is done with the revive and going for that push. Anything could happen for DK. If they can just make the right calls, they could close that gap for their overall ranking if they choose it to be that way. Game one, they proved they can focus on they're chicken, they can focus on the eliminations and still survive. They should carry the same mentality in this game. But then so far, Dybala and his teammates passing by there, the Ubercraft are going in for that push, and the 2 knocks are confirmed for Galaxy Legends, and they will be trying to get the fast upgrade. Mug trying to get some cover on his teammates, but I mean, it is the Hovercraft. You cannot just spray this vehicle. It is not that easy, and the nade is in his hand. It might just be a Kobe, and he does get that knock. Unfortunately for him, Dybala is having a teammate right next to him, and that is Tony, who will be taking him back to lobby immediately. For the Donkeys, 1 player down, Dybala, the revive is confirmed, but for Galaxy, they might just be saying GG's in this game. But as you can see, a team is closing as well. You might just be having some third party fights, and the zone is going to be making it impossible for some teams to survive if they do not have enough utilities and they choose to take on this fight. So far, you can see what I mean, PTK. This group is going away from playing it safe. They want to be as aggressive as they can and survive while doing it. Get your eliminations and your placement points, but I do not feel like this is something that all teams should be embracing. Anything could happen if we are being honest right now.
Yeah, that is true. Not everyone should implement that, because we have teams that have like very good fraggers. I know every fragger is good in the game, but you know, we have the best. We have the cream de la creams, and if you can't do that early fight, please just hold your position, maintain your numbers, and everything will just fall into place. In the last zone is very chaotic, so if you have the numbers, I believe your chances of getting the eliminations, your chances of getting the placement points are very much high, more than 50%, as I can comfortably say. But the early fights, they have been nice. But the Galaxies today, I think they're in a different galaxy, not the Spiral one, not the Nebula one, but these guys, they are seeing a lot of stars raining in their heads, but not the sort of stars that we are expecting. The stars are coming from different teams. These guys are getting butchered, shooted down, and they are getting eliminated. As we continue, Galaxies, as we said it, in a different multiverse, and this is the kind of multiverse that they were not expecting. Get me back to the lobby. And that is how you do it for the Galaxies. They came in for the fight, but unfortunately, the stars were just too uptight in their heads. Glory got that is a goat. First for Crusher with quite some spray, but didn't even get a knock, didn't even get some damage. Right now, trying to hold the ruins area. This is a full team. We have the Gling, Crusher, Azrael, and finally the Sham. But today, Sham has not been playing as awesome as we expect, because Sham has been one of the top players, but today I believe the game has not been on their side. They are trying their best, but unfortunately their best might not be that very much best when it comes to this room, but they still have a lot of ground to cover. They have this game, they have this Erangel game, one of the top games. This game is anyone's game. No one is clutching at any point without the help of teammates, and being them, they have the numbers, they have the 4 in the team, they still have the juice, they still are getting this, and I believe they are getting pushed by the normal. Quite some there from the normal, and just as they came, they are no longer in the building. They are no more.
Yes, unfortunately, there will be no more there. Aura has been taken back to lobby, and now F4, they will be watching as their teammate has been eliminated. That rotation will be really hard for no more as they try to make it to a very safe compound. So far, RJC still trying to get the eliminations up. They have done this for quite some time now. The previous game, they have been able to dominate 16 eliminations. We'll be seeing if they will be beating that in this game, if they're looking to get more eliminations. But with just one, I think it is going to be a little bit heavy if they are really trying to do the same thing they did in Sanhok. But for Zeus final boss, RJCS here making his rotation there with the vehicle. We can see him closing in, and of course he is getting closer, but then he has to be careful. Moving as a one man is not as advisable, seeing that some teams are really good when it comes to taking on the fights. Close combat is their forte, and S might just be knocked and fasted easily by the players from Zeus final boss, but then they seem to have gone away from that hard fight. But then the RJC player S says, God, you are not going anywhere. We'll be taking you back to lobby as well. And now they're trying to get more damage on the players from this final boss. The sprays are not really connecting, but final boss is aware that there is a team coming in close to us, so we need to get moving before they can get to eliminate more of our teammates. But right now, this is the first time. Going into the fourth phase, we have only one team being eliminated. We can say Group C is as heavy as the other groups. It might seem like Group C is not that way, but when you look at what the teams are doing right now, they are quite strategic. They know this is a fight we want to take, and that is not a fight we will be taking, because at the end of the day, I need to see Kenya, and if it means me not taking on a fight, I will do exactly that. If it is taking a whiff of the $8,000 prize pool, I will not take on that fight. But now, Dream Team, they are getting spotted by the Idara. That knock will be confirmed all the way back to lobby, making Dream Team down a player. And now DK Tony getting close as well to the Dream Team player. The sprays are connecting, but unfortunately for him, it is not a knock. And immediately he will be going in for that push ace, trying to get his healing up in here. Tony finally landing in his compound, and he will be going in for that push. A shotgun versus a shotgun. Who is the shotgun master right now? And it seems like it's Ace, and they'll be trying to take Tony all the way back to lobby, but that is not going to be the case, seeing that the Donkeys have teammates right above the hill here. They'll be trying to get something if it is not cover for their teammate. I mean, using an S1 shotgun is not easy, but for Ace, it seems like it is just taking water and drinking it. That is basically what is happening here. But as you can see, the players from DK coming in from the push there. Ace holding a nade, might just be a Kobe. That nade would actually connect, but then unfortunately the player goes in, and that nade does not do what it's supposed to do. And the Deidara going in for that push. Dream Team's out there getting the knock on Deidara. Tony getting revived by Dybala. If the Dream Team is not careful, that revive will be very costly for them. But then Sadia trying to go in for that push. Dybala with the molies, it doesn't really go in for that push, and Tony will finally be healing here. They will be going in for that push on the Dream Team. The nades are getting cooked. The molies are getting thrown in the building, but no one is getting cooked yet. Peter with the second nade again. Will it be a Kobe though? It doesn't really connect. What is happening here for Peter? He needs the nades to work, but Tony, he's holding, but then not anymore, because Sad is not letting anyone leave this place, and with rejects third part in the fight, that is a spicy way to go back to lobby.
That was nice. And guys, in another fight, we have the Glory. They are coming in for the Glory, fighting against the RGCs, who have been quite confident when it comes to these games. They have been getting the knocks. They have been, but not the eliminations, because at the moment they only have one elimination and one casualty. They are making the push. They are getting pushed. But who are you pushing, boys? We are the rejects, and we are getting knocked. Oh my goodness, Hisoka tried to make a push, but Hisoka almost eliminated. Hisoka one-man army, 2 eliminations for the man, and the man was the vital man in the team. And the dark party from the TBs, from the Tribe Warriors, proved to be quite some... can I say the most ultimate that party? The man was almost getting the final guy from the RGC, and the Tribe Warriors were the ones to spoil the plan. The RGCS with the 1 elimination. Right now, things are not going their way. They have 2 casualties, 3 eliminations in total. Nasir are trying to get out of that area, because he knows that the area is compromised. They need to find some very good spot. They need to re-strategize. They need to recompose themselves. We have been seeing a lot of action. We saw the action that is from the GK and the Dream Team. The Dream Team, they have been living in a fantasy, but today, these men, they are living the dream. They got the DKs. The DKs, they have the upper hand. These guys, they were coming all in. And right now, the Dream Team are also getting a nightmare. Living in the dream, but also in the nightmare. The RGC, bro, I don't understand what the RGC is. I saw these men, they were pushing a full team, and the team escaped. What is the RGC? The moment you realize that this is the RGC, you start tampering. Oh my goodness, you start making those mistakes, because this team is coming all in. RGCS almost eliminated, but Nasir is trying to hold that position. He's trying to make sure that the teammate is not knocked, so he is holding. He is trying to make that advantage go to their place. This is Nasir with the 2 eliminations. Right now, the RGCs with 4 eliminations total, and with 2 players in their squad. This is getting crazy and crazier as we continue. 25 players remaining, 9 teams in total. The question is who, where, how are they going to get the win? Who, when, which country? How are they going to make this count? This is a battle of the bling. This is a battle worth waiting for. So get your popcorn and support your team as we continue to see all this great action when it comes to the Pubg Mobile African Cup 2025.
Exactly. This is where all the action will be happening. Like PTK usually says, that this is the time for Africa, and it is exactly that. Africa, it is our time to shine, and some of the teams are just shining brighter, and we love to see it as it is. Most of the teams here are really trying to push their chances to making it to PMGC, but first you have to be crowned the best team in PMSC 2025 to make your way there. We have rejects here waiting, as they know that there's a team right in front of them, and they will be taking that chance to take them down before they can make their way to the zone. Right now, rejects making their rotations. Espada, I haven't seen much of Espada today, but we'll be seeing if they will be doing something in this last game for Group C. When it comes to day 5, the rotations need to be made to perfection. Teams need to make the right calls. They need to be in the right place at the right time. Otherwise, we'll start losing teams. A lot of casualties everywhere now. Pyro getting the first up here on the Evil One, and of course, to be trying to make sure that that elimination is taken to the bag. And now with the player Evil Man that is back, getting closer where his teammate was knocked. He has to be careful. The RJCs are closing as well. They have Zeus Final Boss on their western side here. They have teams on every single angle, and if they're not sure of how to take on this fight, they might just be going back to lobby right now. The nades need to connect here from Dream Team Ace. He's just but a solo, but then RJC player S there has to be careful. The nades are getting closer. The nades might just connect here. S might be going back to lobby, but then he's using the place here to his advantage. He's trying to see where is this last player, and he spots him, and just like that, Ace might just be going back to lobby. Ace there trying to go in for that push, and Ace has been taken back to lobby. GG to Dream Team, and good stuff from the RJCs, but they are just getting started. I mean, we have not seen the best of the best yet, and that spray from S does get the first knock from Espada. Another player is down. They try going for that push, and S here with the sprays giving his teammate Nasser the cover, and he gets to survive that push. If you do not understand what cover fire is, what S just did there for Nasser is exactly that.
What in the hell is happening? Espada spiraling back to the lobby. They came as a team, but the RGCs, these guys, a duo is this dangerous. Try to get my teammate. I give you the cover fire. I get those eliminations. You try to get us from every single angle, but we are here. We are in for the action. And the RGCs, they mean business. 10 eliminations for the team. One of their players is down by the RGCS, trying to get that revive, trying to get that positioning. But Nasir is down, and the RGCS trying to get that good position. But right now, the RGCS receiving that L, more like the RGCL. As we continue, I've seen these a great marvel unravel in Erangel and wrangling in this game. This is the match number 2 when it comes to this group. That is the group number C. And as expected, the RGCs, they have given us the action, but the chicken dinner just ain't theirs as we have seen. Pyro Boss, Final Boss, these are the bosses. One of their players down and out, but they still have the numbers. We have the Tribe Warriors in a full team, and I believe this is one of the teams that has a full squad, because I don't see any other team. I believe only 2 teams, and we have a duo, we have a trio, and right now we have a solo. The evil ones, Maldini trying to get that revive, but the Final Boss, these men, they are not joking. They are coming for it all. They want that chicken dinner. They want that win. They want it all for their country, for their team, for the action. These men, these are very brave As Souls, they are coming for it all. A final boss with quite some spray. And guys, don't forget 15 players remaining and 5 teams in total. Mitch, this is the point that we have been waiting for. Erangel, how is he going to be unraveling? Oh my goodness. Say it no more.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what we're waiting for, teams to put in the work. And that is exactly what is happening right now. Looking at F4, they are waiting on the Tribe Warriors. Unfortunately, we have lost good teams so far. And now the table might just be turning with how these last 4 teams will be performing. Tribe Warriors, Zeus Final Boss, F4, all these teams have everything to win, not lose anymore, because one chicken dinner is enough to change the starts in the PMAC Day 5 games. And we have Tribe Warriors, they're trying to go in for that push. Zeus Final Boss, they have to be really, really careful because right now they are in the middle of 2 teams. F4 and Tribe Warriors might decide to take on these fights in every single angle, making sure it works for them. And if it means taking on Zeus Final Boss easily and taking them back to lobby, that is exactly what they will be doing right now. But Kairo's flank there, and unfortunately, Tribe Warriors is now taking on the players from No More. They will be taking them back to lobby. No More having just one man standing, and for F4, that flank from Kairos was not expected. It is the reason why they're getting confused right now. The sprays are finally connecting. Look at F4, they're quite low, and the teammates from Zeus Final Boss should start closing because Kairos is putting in the work here. He's getting the damage and he's about to get a knock here on F4. And finally, that push will be happening from the Zeus Final Boss. The nades, the sprays, all of them will be coming to play here. No More is back to lobby with just 3 teams standing now. So we want to see F4, Zeus Final Boss, and Tribe Warriors, which team will be giving us a chicken dinner when it comes to this last fight for Erangel Group C.
Oh my goodness, right now we have the force bringing in the force, but the Tribe Warriors, they have the upper hand, they have the numbers, a 4v3v3, a squad, a V-trio, will they get the win? Is it very easy for them? Final balls are getting that knock, the man is not contented, the man is going for all it, the guy is going for all the push, final balls, are you going to be the final man standing? And he goes in, the spamming the S12 guy, and gets the knock, but gets knock instead, and the boss is receiving those knocks. It is quite incredible. Not one man, not one lady, no one is an easy target. So while making a push, you need to be very, 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 very not at ease because no one is joking around, no one is kidding around. Make the push. I will make sure I take one of you guys down. So don't push me the way you want, but this is just it. 8 players remaining, 3 teams in total. Who is going to get the win? Who is going to win this? We have the force, we have the boss, we have the Tribe Warriors. Are the boss going to be bossed? Are the force going to receive the pulse? Are the Tribe Warriors going to receive the sting from this team? It is that moment boiling down to the last 3 teams. 1, 2, 3. 8 people remain. Who will get the win?
Exactly. I mean, we are in the last zone fight here. Right now, the 3 teams standing. F4 is having a trio with the Tribe Warriors having a full team so far. But for the players, that is going to be very interesting to see how this does work out for F4. Will the numbers not be a factor in this chicken dinner? I mean, Zeus Final Boss player Kairos is still around. He is basically watching the 2 teams take on the fight. And then maybe if he can just see one player that is not standing where they should be standing, then maybe we will be seeing a ton of defense here. We might be seeing the Zeus Final Boss Kairos making it close to impossible for these teams to take on that chicken dinner. But let's see how that is going to be happening. Tribe Warriors, they will be waiting. And if they do, well, if they get a chance, just one chance for that knock on the players from F4, then maybe that chicken dinner we have seen people talking about in the comment section might finally happen, and we might be surprised if they do not get that chicken dinner. If anything changes in these fights, anything can happen right now. PTK, F4 could win, Kairos as solo could also win. We cannot even make any prediction as of now.
Yeah, very much hard to make decisions as we speak because we've seen players take out teams, we've seen players take out trios, so these will not be a surprise. So that one player remaining, that might be the player that might win it all. Cairo final boss is the final boss indeed. Is he going to be able to clutch against the TBs, the tribe warriors? At the moment, they are worried. They might have the numbers. They might have the numbers, but the placement very, very important. The winner chicken dinner very much important. Cairo final balls receiving quite some spray from the tribe warriors, and the tribe warriors almost getting knocked. And the man himself, and the man is a cowboy. The man is making a push. A majestic man, a heroic of a man, making the push with the hose just to get knocked. TB madness, mad indeed. 2 eliminations right now. It is boiling down 4v3. Who will get these tribe warriors versus the force? Who will make this fast push? Who will get the knock? TB madness receiving quite some damage. He was almost eliminated, but that was quite very close. The force at the, I think the force, they have the disadvantage because all of them, they are in the same specific point. And look at the tribe warriors. They are very good when it comes to the location. They are very much fast. But is the location going to be proven to be a factor when it comes to this game? 4v3, they have the numbers, they have the location, but do they have what it got? Do they have it all to get these done? 4v3, 57% of the tribe warriors winning, and 42 for the Force. And the Force is on throwing those nades in with the nades into the cutback. They make the push. Our Force are going for the push, but laying low and laying down as we continue, guys. Don't forget that these are the final teams in the Group C. Final game of the day, number 5. The TB Sting are receiving quite some sting. And okay, this game is a game of chances, honestly, because no team is very much advantaged at all. Look at this match. No team is very much advantaged.
True. I mean, we will stay here, talk and talk and talk, but at the end of the day, we need one team to gather the confidence and go in for that push, because at the end of the day, we cannot avoid what is about to happen. Only one team can get that chicken dinner. And of course, Tribe Warrior there, money quite low. And of course, we have the fast knock there. Finally, Sting is able to get a knock. And I believe now F4 will be going in for that push. A nade does get the damage on Kling, and he will be going in for that push as well. Madness with another knock. F4 players getting dropped one by one. And just like that, finally, we have waited for that chicken dinner, for Tribe Warriors to get that chicken dinner, because everyone in the comment section has been telling us the Tribe Warriors can get that chicken. Finally, the fight is over and Tribe Warriors can settle at home feeling satisfied with that chicken dinner.
And definitely a good chicken dinner indeed for the Tribe Warriors. We know that they are good, and right now they have just proved that they have a certain dominance. The Tribe Warriors not worrying right now, and they are looking to cruise in to the top. But are they really going to get to the top? GG's to them first, GG's to them. And guys, don't forget, spam those flags. They have done your country proud, and they have made that happen. Quite some chicken dinner, quite some eliminations when it comes to the Tribe Warriors. They had the numbers, they had the location, they had it all. That was Erangel, the second match of the day, and they made it happen. That is how you do it, and that is how you make that glazing happen. The RGCs, they were good, but unfortunately in the last few zones, these guys, they didn't have the numbers, but they tried their best. They know that no one is removing them at their top spot. They have it all. And for the MVP, X-Force rejects, there is no shutting down these players. The RGCs, these guys, honestly, they are good. The S got the L, but the man himself, he got the MVP, the man of the match. That is the X-Force reject RGCS with the 4 eliminations, quite some damage, 900 damage. He got 5 knocks, 2 assists. Now, this is the man that has been propelling this team. But he is not the only one, because in that team, it is a teamwork. As we saw the cover fire, these guys, Nasir, RGS, these men, they know how to play as a duo, how to play as a squad. And for your top players, look at this, bitch, at all these.
We have RJC player S is still leading their first place. Second, we have Nasser with 5 eliminations and a damage of 835. Kairos coming in third from Zeus Final Boss, a damage of 661. We have Tribe Warrior player Madness, 3 eliminations as well and a damage of 584. And then DK player Deidara, another person getting 1 elimination and a damage of 543. I mean, PTK, this is becoming a trend.
Yes, honestly, true. It's becoming a trend each and every game. But is that really enough? And guys, for the match summary, you can all see how these boiled down. That was a game that was coupled with a lot of eliminations. 42 eliminations. We had quite some headshot elimination. That is 13 headshot eliminations. 4 longest distance. That is a TBWR, man. GG's. 3 airdrops looted, and we had 1 grenade elimination and 1 vehicle elimination. That was a game, and as Erangel, it never disappoints. Each and every time we see an Erangel game, that definitely does happen. And guys, the game, it was awesome, but you know, we had the highlights when it comes to that game. Erangel as we know it, bro, that was a hot game. That was a hot one, and I can't just wait to see what those highlights are, what those top moments and what they did deliver in that game. So that was a good game. Tribe Warriors, GG's. But we are looking to see you make even more clutches when it comes to those other games, the few remaining games. And next will be the group number. And yo, Mitch, you can see the highlights, and these were quite some knocks. These were quite some eliminations. And I was actually flabbergasted. They brought the fight, but they were making pushes that were making them get eliminated like very, very much early in the game. I didn't think that, I thought that it would work for them making the push, but unfortunately I think it did work. And as Mitch, you see all the highlights, and you get the point, honestly. You get it all. That is just what happened, guys. A very insane game.
Exactly.
Very insane indeed, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, the teams here did put up a fight. We have seen them making the right calls so far. Getting a chicken dinner was not a part of the deal for some of the teams, but they have gotten the eliminations counting. Unfortunately, for some teams like RJC, I believe they're looking for that chicken, but it was just not delivered to them this time around. They had teams coming towards them from every single side, but for Dream Team, I believe Sad there really did a good job initially with the shotgun, but that just was not it. Where we had people third party in the fight, they tried to make their rotations and they gave the eliminations to RJC, easily losing that fight. But for Dream Team, they can do better for tomorrow's games. Looking at Ace there, he tried his level best to survive, but unfortunately that was not going to be the case with RJCS watching the fight, and that was not the first fight S did make us proud. He went on and gave his teammate Nasser the perfect cover when the players from Espada tried to get that push on him. So I believe RJC there is quite proud of S, even though that chicken dinner did not find their way to their total overall rankings. But Zeus Final Boss also tried to survive here. The Kairos made his way to the top 3, but unfortunately we cannot all get that chicken dinner. There will always be that one team that will have to dominate. I believe we waited for Tribe Warriors to gather up the confidence. They did get on that fight on Zeus Final Boss, but that fight never ended. We had to wait again for them to go against each other, even though they were able to take on each other easily, losing players, making the rotations, but honestly it just didn't work out. That flank there with the horse was just not it for this final player, that is Kairos. But Tribe Warriors landing the last final blow was something we are going to be giving them big congratulations, big shout out for that play. But then looking at the winner in a chicken dinner team starts, we have Madness getting 3 eliminations, a total damage of 584. We have Kim Jong-un getting, nice name, 1 elimination and a damage of 344. We have Sting getting 4 eliminations, a damage of 306. And then Armani getting 4 eliminations and a damage of 300. I believe that is a really well distributed effort across Tribe Warriors here. Even when they lost one of the teammates, they still went on and continued the fight, and that is exactly how they were able to land that winner chicken dinner, PTK.
Yeah, that was an awesome win for them. We knew that a time would come for them to clinch that chicken dinner. We knew that a time would come for them to make us feel what these are all about. In that, this is how the match was. This is the final game for the group number C, the number 1 team with the most points. That is Warriors garnering 22 points. That is 12 eliminations and 10 placements. But look at the RGCs. These guys, they were eliminated. I say they eliminated. They didn't get quite some, but look at the elimination points. These guys, I think, most ruthless when it comes to eliminations. These guys, they are a force to be reckoned with. Eliminations, 2 placement points. Take them second in the ranking. The was been good efforts. That is quite a margin, and they have been all in. They have been making it look easy, and what a margin! What a margin! That is the 8th game to make them lose all other teams, and they are asserting dominance. They are bringing the action home, and they have that belief. It is paying off. Top 14. These guys are all in 119 points. Look at the point margin between them and the number 2 team, that is the Zeus. That is 20 more points. That is very much hard to make that happen. It is very hard to make a little bit for you to make it to them. We had the boss. These guys, they played nicely, and that is why other option number in with the point, and I believe tied up with the 12 eSports the tempers, but that was a quite tough game. And guys, I'm happy to see what all these that you will be bringing to the table. 12 eSports, Temper, RRG have been awesome. Mau eSports, Neon, Rescue, X, but I believe the boss, they have mark for themselves with that 8th game. These guys, they were able to propel up the, and right now they know that in the top 14. The question is, will they be able to maintain that top seed? Because it is the top 14 that are going to be making it to the final. And that is the LAN, Mitch.
Exactly. We'll be seeing which team will be making their way here to Nairobi, Kenya for the grand finale. I believe we'll be surprised seeing that Group A is about to play right now after these matches. And of course, most people are surprised right now seeing that RJC finally have been able to tie down 8. Actually, all groups are now at 8 matches. So everyone is equal, but now Group A coming in the next game here will be changing the table all over again. I mean, if this is not making you think too hard, then you have not played PMAC games yet. Respect to all the teams that are participating so far. RJC's margin 100 and plus points. That is a lot of points for RJC. I really have to give them that. But you can see the teams that are also in the top 8. That is also Group A teams are there. So anything could happen. We could have teams really changing the table here, but of course we cannot predict anything till we finish our games coming tomorrow. But so far so good. Group B, Group C, good stuff. Group A, you're next. I hope you're ready, because what Group B and C have done now is something people will be looking to see if Group A will be able to make the margin bigger. But for now, we'll be taking a short break, and then we'll be seeing you guys for the last game of the night, which will be Miramar for Group A.
Showtime, showtime, showtime. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup. And I'm back for game number 5. And we just saw game number 4 right now wrap up. Now, PTK, you saw how that game, went down. Did it meet your expectations? Because there was a lot of excitement that went down there. So did that match meet your expectations?
Yeah, honestly, it met my expectations because I was expecting the underdogs to make something happen, and they did make that happen. And guys, as part of the schedule, you guys have seen we have played the match number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Right now, we are in the match number 5. That is the land itself, barren land. But when it comes to the games, eliminations never barren. When it comes to the eliminations, to the placement, this is the match that the teams are very much looking for, because the land of the third parties, apart from Sanhok, this is Miramar, the land of the dry balls, the land of the dust, and these are the teams. And right now we are seeing a brand new team, and that is the group number A. Execute, a team that surprised us the previous week. These guys, they made it to the top 2 without anyone even expecting that they would even clash like that. But these guys with quite some improvements, and today they are on the radar for the chicken dinners, for the elimination points. Team Unique, another team that has been one of the ring leaders, and they are hoping to maintain that because the table is not looking good. The 4 miracles in with the miracles, GUFA, XTCs, we have the 12 eSports, RAG eSports, and it is going to be a game worth waiting for. I believe we are in the group of death, having some of the top teams in the PMAC. As you can see, when it comes to the table, these are some of the teams that have been leading. And in today's game, the group A, they are looking to play their 9th game and ultimately to change the tides when it comes to the overall ranking.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is their last opportunity, to change what the leaderboard is going to look like at the end of today. Remember, this is going to be match number 9 for this group. This could be their last opportunity, barring tomorrow's first game. Barring tomorrow's first game, this could be their last opportunity to wrap things up. But undisclosed, undecided, it is going to be a party in this game. Southwest is the playing path, cuts all the way through from Valdemar down to Campo Militar. Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, the action is here, and the prize is going to be a top 14 finish. That is the only result that matters to these teams, and they are all sitting very, very uncomfortably in a corner and a little bit of a pocket of that leaderboard for some of these teams. Eyes are going to be on the likes of Neon Rising, 1011 Ecstasy, all of those teams that have somewhat been dropped out of the top 14, to see how they will perform in this Miramar game. This would be their second to last opportunity to put some points on the board that will maybe turn the tide around, because remember, it is not just about how well you do, it's about how well you do goes, so the points have to be significantly ridiculous that the other teams in group B and C might not be able to match up when tomorrow comes. So that is another thing, some of these teams are going to put at the back of their minds. They have to perform exceptionally. They have to make sure that they do not get caught out. They have to make sure that they are able to at least see this through. So we will see for ourselves if that's going to be the case. But yeah, God willing, for some of these teams, if they can put the points on the board, PTK.
Yeah, absolutely. That this is the last opportunity. We have the SUs receiving, I believe one of the players has been knocked, and that is the SU 77 and eliminated. They only have 2 players left to their game. ITX, these guys, they are not joking, and not anyone is joking in this game. And guys, this team, this group, the group A right now, they know that all the groups are watching, because this is the group that is playing their +1 match. Tomorrow they play their final game, and right now teams are looking to see these teams crumbling like bread, and they are going all in. At GUFA, he is making the push, a one-man army, but unfortunately eliminated. He was looking for that clip, but unfortunately was clipped instead. GG's, the GUFA, they needed to have made that push. Only 3 of their players are in the game, and one of them has been eliminated. The 4 miracles in with that miracle and in with that knock. They are going all in with a good nade. GUFA almost eliminated, receiving quite some damage. And the 4Ms are Goblins still hold their position and still maintain their 4-member team. It is quite a game. And Miramar is not the easiest because this is a map where you have to use the Mini 14. This is a map where you need to utilize the SKS. Apart from the SKS, the short range weapons, because most of the times we encounter these fights, teams push, teams just like the less rushers, they rush, they get those can I say the 1v1. So most of the times I believe the SMGs, the shotguns, that is the way to go. But the game is just beginning, Priest. The game has just begun, but this is a game to watch out for.
You are absolutely right. You know, like you said, this is the map that has a lot of DMRs. And speaking of DMRs, Beast already unleashing the first one of many against the guys from GUF. Mandrax down to a slither of HP. Has to be careful he doesn't get caught out though. And they are caught between 2 teams here, 4 Miracles and the Emperors. This is a very horrendous place to be for GUF if they can find their way around here. Not a lot of utilities inside of Picado to accommodate 3 different teams, and Emperors already starting to make them feel the heat there. They've already lost 2 players. Chances are, or rather, they've already lost 1. So chances are there's a chance they might be losing even more. Looks like something is brewing when Yon Rising R, Kola, getting knocked out of a vehicle. I'm not sure if that was of his own doing or if that was a little bit of miscommunication between him and his teammates. Hope it is the latter though. It's a little bit too early to be losing out. You wouldn't want to end up like a GUF or one of the guys from Slaughter Unit. Speaking of DMRs, PTK, what's your favorite DMR? Mine is like is the MK14 though. What's your favorite DMR?
I believe the Mini 14. The Mini 14 is my all-time favorite because this weapon at close range is good because you can tap as quick as you can. And when it comes to the long range, this weapon never disappoint. Quite some damage when it comes to fights. And yeah, Mini 14 is the weapon to go, honestly, because I can't choose the SKS. SKS is good, but I think it has the worst recoil in the game. Even with your perfect recoil sensitivities, SKS will always make you seem like you don't have it. Because most of the times I've used an SKS, I try to get the shots, but most of the times I end up shooting the skies, aiming for the skies and aiming for them hard. But yeah, I think the Mini 14 is the best. So if you see, and I know most of the players that are in this game will be using the Mini 14s, and trust you me, the MK14 is strong, but when it comes to Miramar, what are the chances of you even getting an MK14? I believe very, very minimal because it's a drop weapon, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're right. It is a drop weapon. But you know, the thing is, I don't even utilize it like a DMR. I use it like an assault rifle because I usually use it on full auto. But it's still one of those things that I just love the fact that that is the only weapon you can do that with, like in the game. You know, switch from at least the only DMR if you're trying to shoot long distance and equally dangerous in close range without having to tap like the Mini 14. But it still ties into how the player tends to use it. But right now GUF, a little bit of a pick and roll here with the guys from the Emperors. Again, looks like that is the old bait and switch, works like a charm. And unfortunately, Kanye will feel the power now. Mandrax was thinking he was going to change that one, but 4 Miracles will clip that opportunity, steal it away, and that will be the end of Forge again. Forge, just a beautiful turn from Mandrax, gets the drop on yet another player from the Emperors. It would have been ideal if they did push as a unit, but unfortunately they did not and they will lose out 1878. Back into the lobby he will go as well. Mandrax, the last man standing in that little red building in Picado. And Four Miracles will have their sights on this one after stealing a couple of eliminations across. Build, Beast, and Wazi play behind, gathering intel to see if they can commit to the rest of this forced, botched push that they try to execute here. Unfortunately for them, doesn't look like it's going to be the case. But the play zone is already hot on their heels. They will have to advance sooner rather than later. Zeus eSports, one of the better halves from Mauritius, quite comfortable so far. They haven't necessarily had to do too much. They have put some significant points on the board. Not enough to shift them off, but enough to make them into the running. So it's all about getting 100 points, as we've seen Rejects have done that already. The only team to achieve such so far. But right now, Zeus, there could be more to be done. Looks like Traitor will be sent back into the lobby. 10-11 Ecstasy in trouble here, losing out. Traitor a little bit too early, and that is an unfortunate way to start the game, don't you think, PTK?
Yeah, that is very unfortunate for teams losing the players, because I've seen the XTCs lost a player to the SUs. We've seen the Four Miracles, they are fighting all in there, but I think that is GUFA. He got a knock and a finish. I believe he was getting pushed by I don't really remember the team, but the man did a very outstanding thing. He got two players. I believe when it comes to such kind of pushes, when it comes to these points where you have to push people in apartments, people in houses, you have to have the numbers. You might be good, but then you might be tricked. So always have the numbers, and yeah, have that cover fire, because the cover fire is very much important. You might get knocked. Maybe you had inflicted the damage, left the enemy at 0 HP. You need that cover fire, because that cover fire might be the difference between you and the lobby. And guys, Team Unique also have a very hard task today. 3 players in their team. They have a very hard task, because these guys have been the ringleaders and they are looking to establish that dominance. Emperors have also been good, but not that good when it comes to the overall ranking. These guys have been trailing, and we are looking for the Emperors to claim back their throne, to take back their seat, because these guys destined for greatness, but only them are standing in their own way. GUFA, ITX, right now at the moment we have the 4 Miracles with the 3 eliminations and at the top of the elimination ranking, but one of the top players is down and not by the play zone. That is why most of the times I believe, Priest, you just need to secure the play zone first, because most of the times it is quite sad to see teams getting knocked by the play zone.
You're absolutely right. You know, it's always going to be an unfortunate scenario when you're trailing, chasing the zone from end to end, or always waiting for the zone to decide your next move, never being proactive. But it all depends on your strategy, your skill, how well you are at holding the line and holding the edge of the circle where the play zone is, where you're moving out of. Remember, it is all a matter of where your rotation pattern falls into, based off of the playing path, based off of the zone. Every single decision you make up onto that level is going to be a reflection of how your result comes out. So you can see that most of these teams, they are playing a little bit close to the vest, a little bit closer to the circle, but it's still part of the strategies that they apply here. You can see 10-11 Ecstasy playing it a little bit closer towards that northwestern side. They are trying to make that rotation a little bit earlier. If they can make their way towards the northern side, it would pay them off, but it's all a matter of the intel. They would be settling for a little bit more of a southwestern push, so that is going to most likely cost them something in the long run, unless they can find a little bit of a high ground position to nestle in, like the guys from 12 esports have already done. You can see Pablo and Amun a little bit closer to each other. They're playing side by side, keeping the intel and playing from from one hill to the other hill, keeping their sight lines towards the northern side and the southern side out into the open, so it works for them both ways. Execute, on the other hand, they have done a lot of heavy lifting over the past couple of weeks, so this should be a walk in the park for them. They are very solid in Miramar. First elimination from Blade already. He has been quite active, as you can see, and he has started to put the work in once more. And you gotta respect Execute though they are doing very, very proud.
Yeah, honestly, true that, because we've seen a lot of Kenyan teams, they have not been performing very well when it comes to day one, day two, but the day three, they execute, they just came all in. And right now, 4M gobbling down as some shots and eliminated. But right now, they are still making the push. This is the 4M Sphinxy. One of the guys is down. That is Goblin. GUFA trying to make that push with the 2 eliminations. And I believe these might be that point, at that point of where you ask yourself, am I really going to make the push? Or am I really going to wait for them to make the push towards me? This is Mandra from the GUF from the GUF. And this man is a beast. He gets the elimination very low and he is eliminated by the play zone. And that is just it, the pain of a team where you get eliminated and the player does not even pay for his elimination, because at times I want to get that revenge, but who am I getting the revenge on if he is eliminated by the play zone? 4M losing 3 of their guys. They have the 3 eliminations, but I just have to talk about the GUFA member. That man is a force to be reckoned with. He was eliminated, but he was able to garner 3 crucial elimination points for his team. Right now, it is all boiling down to the last play zone. This is the EMP Wazi, and at the moment, this is the only man remaining. The zone still at the stage 3, entering the stage number 4. We have seen those get into the stage number 8. Is this going to be the game where we shall be seeing that 4M also eliminated? And as we can see, we have 12 teams, and the teams are taking the early fights. I don't know why. Most of the times we have been seeing teams holding their position, taking those safe spots, taking those high-end positions, and then waiting for the zone to close in and get the knocks, get the eliminations. But right now, we are seeing some different strategies. We are seeing teams employing new strategies, and that is what happened. That is what happens when it comes to these games. Right now, Wazi are very much open, but this man are very big foes to be not played with. GG's to him. And Priest, as we can see, now what is happening to the Emperors? I don't think the Emperors have had any good game. Or have they had a game that we can say that these guys have really tried? Have they won any chicken dinner? What is happening to the Emperors?
Yeah, I mean, I think they just go a little bit out of their depth. You know, with the way they started off their campaign, it's just been an unfortunate turn of events for them. But it's not the worst thing in the world, you know. There's many opportunities. I personally believe, you know, this is a learning experience for some of them, you know, from some options in the team. That, oh, that's a beautiful shot from Lyrad, gets the job done. Slaughter unit slaughtered by Royal Academy again. Big chance for Royal Academy to put some points up into the drafts there. Neon Rising managed to steal one away, I believe, against one of the guys from Zeus Esports. And that's a good way for them to kick things off. Beautiful rotation from Neon Rising, I might add. Looking very, very good. Looking very, very comfortable as well. And all the objectives, all the plans here. Looks like Zeus Esports will have to think about it again. But it looks like Neon Rising are not going to be done yet. And that will be taking yet another crack at it here. It looks like Logic is going to be the victim. And about trying to circle it back into that corner. That's a beautiful grenade. 1 for 2 Crusader with the Crusade against Not Esports. And that will be 2 eliminations going the way of 1011 Ecstasy. And they will not be running away from the opposition just yet. Good way for them to bounce back a little bit, get their morale all the way back up. But Neon Rising will not let Zeus Esports go at all. They will not take their foot off their necks. More eliminations down that way. And Zeus have been brought down to just 2 players. This is an unfortunate turnout for them. They looked very comfortable, but it looks like that's not going to be the case for them going forward. And it looks like Invisible Team now setting their sights. They want more action against the guys from 1011 Ecstasy. S12K over to the Cyber Crusader, shuts it down immediately. 3 eliminations now for 1011 Ecstasy. Plays on a little bit too close for comfort there. He was spotted out, took a little bit of hits, but he will circle back. Neon Rising eliminated again, this time around by a combination of efforts between Zeus Esports and Unique. And Neon Rising crumbling under the pressure, PTK.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what is happening. Yeah, Neon Rising right now, they are not rising. That is definitely going to become a pinch when it comes to the overall standing. We have the X Esports, that is the team execute. And at the moment, the XTCs are with the most eliminations. Although tied up, they have 3 eliminations and they need to do something. They need to clutch it out for their team so that they may go at least above the required threshold. Right now, Team Execute are with the 3 eliminations. We have the Mao Esports. You know that these teams are worthy. They know what they
Yeah.
do in the game. They are very much dangerous. But is this the game that might prove to be the best or the worst when it comes to the Mao Esports? Zeus with the 3 eliminations. We have Unique with the 2, 12 Esports with the 2 elimination. And I believe this game, we don't see like a team with very much exaggerated points, because as we look behind, because the game, the RGCs, these guys were getting eliminations. A player getting 6, 7, 8. Right now, the team that has the most eliminations is the XCCs. They have 3. I believe we are seeing a difference when it comes to these games. The teams are very much composed. The teams are not pushing that much. Right now, the teams are just holding, waiting for the final play zone. Zona stage number 5, creeping in at the stage number 6, and they know this is the time to shine. This is our time. If not now, then when? If not now, then how? Because right now, if teams are able to fumble, that is just over for them. They shall be having a lot to keep up in the final day, because they only have one match. How will they be able to cope up with that? Because let's say a team loses or close to like 10 points, maybe they fumbled the chicken dinner. How are they going to regain that? If the team, maybe they needed 1 point to make it the top 14, how are they going to recover that? So these games, they are very crucial, as we are seeing, and 7 teams remain, 23 players in total. Priest, oh my goodness, people are preaching nades, people are preaching shots, people are bringing it on.
Yeah, absolutely bringing it on. And 12 esports, I mean, they are blessed right now. The only thing that could pose a threat to them is a third party from, maybe 10, 11 ecstasy, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case because they are spread perfectly on this hillside. Doesn't look like Royal Academy can do much. The only thing that can help Royal Academy in this position would be a couple of vehicles to put them just out of reach from the guys from 12 esports again, but they do have the high ground again, and you see that you can see that Pablo is trying to fish them out just a little bit there. 10 11 ecstasy have arrived at the party, but I'm not sure 12 esports have made themselves aware of their position just yet. It could be something along the lines going forwards, but Mamba setting sights against the guys from Zeus Sports. That's trouble right now. Mixed sprays over to the top, and Thugger's not going to be getting picked up. Blade will cut him down to size, and that will be the end surely for Zeus Sports. Faker, the last one left, but he does have the play zone, so maybe he can hold this out for just a little bit. How many points he can milk out for placement, but it doesn't look like much because the play zone is up and about. Any moment from now, will advance a little bit closer to force things out for them. Execute looking also very, very good, but they are too close to the edge. Unless the play zone is going to favor them a little bit towards the side. See, in a couple of seconds, it's all about this moment right here. More esports looking absolutely beautiful with Aatrox playing up front, and he does have a beautiful position to circle back with. Unique as well, deep in the south, could work in their favor if they find a way through. There is a chance here for any of these two teams to take it on, but it looks like Execute wants to play the advantage. They want to close this down. They want to take that position that more esports currently have right now, and this could be a battle for the ages of 4 versus 4, so it could be anybody's game. But 12 esports also setting their sights down, and they have spotted a couple of players from I believe Execute trying to make their way through, and more esports as well. Same region that they are playing from, the eastern corner. Probably going to take a lot of utilities to make this happen because the play zone has shifted away, and Royal Academy have a huge call to make. The zone is already here. Who is going to advance first? Will you get hurt in the pro. Expose himself a little bit too much there, but we'll trade off immediately as well. We'll turn it around. Aatrox utilizing that open space that he's got on the hillside will get the drop onto Osiris, and it doesn't look like Osiris can get picked up here because the moment Gian goes for him, he might be getting dropped off as well in the distance. The smoke grenades surely have to come out. Aatrox plays behind as well. More esports, they need all the points they can get. They need all the opportunities they can create for themselves here, but it's going to take, like I said earlier, a lot of utilities to crack this one down. Royal Academy, will they take them back to school this time? 12 esports still holding the high ground. They will not give it up. They know that they can capitalize on this. Pablo still playing up in front, and Mamoon by side. Saitama also covering the bases here. Everything is looking good for 12 esports, and I saw it. Smoker's exposed. He's going to get knocked away as well. Aatrox tried to get a little piece of the action, but he will be warned by 12 esports that it is not today. But Lord is there as well. Will knock Lyra away, and Royal Academy in trouble now, and that open space that they left is going to be their downfall. They're getting absolutely riddled with bullets from two sides, and it looks like 12 esports may be looking to close this down, but more esports, they want to close it instead. They need the points more. They're capitalizing as well. Aatrox now finally crossing through with the DBS will steal that elimination away from the clutches of 12 esports, and things are looking very, very dicey at this stage.
Oh my goodness, what was that? Mao esports with that part. We have the 12 getting quite some knocks, and the RAGs, the RAG esports, they are at the center of it all. Osiris was down, but Osiris is back up, fighting against the odds. Royal Academy Gabon, this is the time. Oh my goodness, that was quite some need. And right now Osiris is fighting against two teams without even him knowing. Mao esports, they are very much composed. They are going for the push. Osiris very, very low at 12. Saitama thinking of making that push, but look at that spray from the Rag Ryan. That is the second guy, the duo that is helping Osiris with that cover. Mao esports, 12 esports on the right, on the left. These guys are very much cornered, but look at that nade. Rag Osiris with quite some monster nade. He got two, going for the push, eliminated by the 12 Pablo, and Pablo is not joking around, and he gets the Rag esports. And the Rag, they brought the fight, but they experienced the action themselves. 12 esports were not joking. Mao esports were not joking. And right now the tables are turning. The tides are rising. The tides are going in. And who will be washed away? Who will maintain their position? 12 with the 4 eliminations. We have the Execute with the 3 eliminations and one of the players is knocked. Ecstasy with the 3, Zeus with the 3, Unique with the 2, and Mao esports with the 2 eliminations. Right now 6 teams remain, 18 players in total. Who will win this? Miramar. This is the game for farming the kills. Even though it is barren, we need to see people farming the eliminations. We need to see people utilizing each and every angle, each and every opportunity. That party, 2 party, this is all in. It is that time, the time that we have been waiting for. Execute reviving their player. 12 esports will have it all. We have 3 teams with 4 players to their side, Unique with 3. We have Zeus Sports with only a player remaining, and the XTCs with 2 players, and the Execute losing a teammate. And GG's as we continue. Look at the action. 12 esports right now crashing against the Mao esports. It is a battle worth waiting for. Battle worth watching. 12 Pablo. Oh my goodness. Zeus Faker getting the XTC. Goes down. He is down. Extra Kid is down. Mao Demonic. These guys are going all in. 12 Saitama, this man, that party, all party, they know they are bringing all type of parties. Execute losing 2 players. Zeus, only one of their players is remaining. What a nade from Saitama. Gets the second elimination. And this is a man on a mission. This is a man that is bringing the roof down. And guys, don't forget, this is the Pubg Mobile African Cup 2025 Priest.
Absolutely tearing through 12 esports. That position that they capitalize on is starting to pay off, and it's starting to pay off in big bucks. More esports now trying to hold this down. Execute in the back end, trying to circle back, but he can't seem to find a way through. Blade, unfortunately, will meet his end, and that will be the end of the road for them as well. Mamba swallowing bullets to the head, and that will be surely backing it all the way in. Unique trying to hold this down though, but doesn't look like much up onto their end. But more esports now utilizing that advantage, that opening, that space that they found. As UC Sports still got Faker in the mix, an opportunity for them to turn things around if they can somehow find a little bit of space to work through. But 12 esports, they know that all they have to do is hold the high ground and keep it away from more esports as well. Pablo, the front man, has been knocked away, but it's not going to stop them at all. More esports utilizing all of their utilities now. The smokes are already coming out to play to hide the corner there, but Des plays behind them as well to provide that little bit of extra protection, that little bit of extra cover. But Demon is there, charging grenades as well. And the utilities are endless from more esports. Can they capitalize though? Every single corner here is singeing forward to see if it can make something coming out of this though. But Faker hasn't seemed to move a muscle just yet. He has capitalized a little bit towards that edge of the zone that he has found, and he will hold on to that corner until the zone closes out. Doesn't look like much is going to be coming out for him as well, but 12 esports, they have been circled back into full strength, and they will utilize this now. More esports creeping and crawling slowly up the hillside, but now 12 esports, they're trying to turn this around. Pablo launches immediately as well, but the warding shots will fly him all the way back as well, and he will try to get his HP back up. Aatrox drives the buggy a little bit closer. Yes, K and the DBS double combination, but not this time. Babu says no, gets the drop over to the other side as well, and that's two bodies in the air now. For 12 esports, they are eliminating one by one. More esports are falling. Lord charges the grenade, he's trying to send it over, but 12 esports, that one will connect. Pablo are not feeling too much right now, he will fall to the side, and now Mamoon will try again with the S12K, but it's low on HP. He gets the first, gets the second, but he can't get the third, and this time around more esports will capitalize, and Saitama has to provide that protection, and he will. This time around 12 esports will capitalize and send them back into the lobby. Unique will utilize this, but Des says no, switches immediately to the Scar L, frags with a grenade over to the top side. If he can connect, this might be an opportunity for Unique to reign supreme. Saitama too far to think about it now. Over to the other side, Mauritius against the guys from Mauritania, and they're trying to hold it on to the other side. That's a beautiful grenade from Frags. As the name implies, he's fragging out, and Des has to fall back. He's thinking about it again. Can he circle back? But Faker's there, the third party, the wrench in the works. Can he find his way through up onto the hillside? He might be able to do it, but Unique is there as well. They're trying to hold the lines here, but Frags manages to get Madman all the way back up, and now it's a 3 versus 3. Faker to the other side could apply some pressure to play a little bit forward for Zeus Sports. He's exposed, and Faker's there again. More sprays. Frags over to the left. He gets the drop. Madman has to fall back because of the pressure. Can't circle back again. Frags plays off the top hand side, and he's trying to close through. Falls the DBS to the S12K. Again, another grenade. Pablo switches over, and Saitama with the UMP will crack the shield. Over to the left hand side, and Faker's there. Somehow he's found his way through. He's been spotted. He can capitalize, but it doesn't look like he can close this down. Unique once again, showing why they are so unique. Aya and Madman and Frags are just unstoppable. The grenades will fly through from Faker, but he's deep in the blue zone. There's only so much he could do. He's gonna take damage. He's gonna take the hit, but Unique will take the chicken.
Damn! Bang, 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 bang! Technically superb and visionary to have the ability and the audacity just to try that. Few in the world could do that. Fewer in the world could even dare to do it. GG's, and Africa, we are left to wonder. Wide-eyed, railed by Muse. How on earth did the Unique eSports do that? How on earth did that happen? One of the most OP clutches. 12 esports were almost winning the game by Unique, coming to clinching that chicken in. They know they did have the numbers because two of their players were down, but these are the men that made that happen. These are the men that got that chicken dinner. 1, 2, 3. That is how you do it, and that is the team. Unique in their style, unique in their play, and they got it. I know 12 esports have won a couple of Miramar games, but this was not it. They had the eliminations, but unfortunately, they didn't have the zest. They didn't have the zeal when it came to the Unique team. They hit, and they hit hard. That was a GG's. And the MVP for the game, this is undoubtedly Very, very, very awesome to see. 12 esports. That was a 12 Pablo with the 3 eliminations. But guys, this is the reason that he is the MVP. He has 6 assists. GG's to that guy and GG's to that team. Damage, that is 948. He had 2 knocks. And look at that healing. This guy was healing each and every time, receiving them shots, getting those knocks, but unfortunately was not able. But GG's to the 12 Pablo. 3 eliminations, 2 knocks, quite some damage. The 12 Saitama also very, very played he played a very huge role with the 3 eliminations, 713 damage. That is quite some damage when it comes to members of the same team, GUFA Mandrax. This was the player that did a 1v3. He got the Mao eSports. Not the Mao, he got the 4 miracles. I believe he got 2 of their players. This guy was very, very awesome. GUFA Mandrax, that was the Mao Lord, also proving to be very, 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 very awesome and skillful when it comes to these games. This is the match summary, guys. And as you can see, we had 47 eliminations, 9 headshots. Neon, that guy. He is that guy with the longest distance elimination, 303 meters. 1 airdrop was looted. And look at this. I believe this is the highest that we are seeing today. 6 grenade eliminations, 0 vehicle eliminations, but 6 grenade eliminations. That is quite awesome and quite, can I say, huge to see, because that was quite some game. Very heated at the last point. Priest, are you okay? I believe your voice right now should be gone.
I mean, that was next level. That was next level from, the guys from 12 Esports. They had to win. I personally thought they were going to win. It looked very, very good. I mean, but you could tell from the performances, from the game. This game was absolutely action packed. Absolutely action packed. The action was kicking off from the first draft. But take a look at this PTK. You saw a slaughter unit getting absolutely cooked in the first couple of seconds.
Yeah, I saw this. I don't know what happened to the slaughter units. Even the GUFA, they lost 3 of their players in the first round. The zone had not even shrink. The zone was in the first, can I say the first zone? That was the stage 1. And this was where the Mandrax, this was the man that made this clutch. He got 1 player, he went for the other player. The EMPs, they stood no chance against that man. The 4M Goblin, they went against the Mandrax and they knew what Emperor saw. The guy got the elimination, but unfortunately, the zone was just it. He got the second one, and the zone also got him. He played a very good game. The Emperor was the last player remaining. Unfortunately, was not able to even get a single elimination. He got the knock, but unfortunately, it is a numbers game. When it comes to this game, a numbers game, a skill game, and just that, SU's eliminated quite early in the game. They didn't make it to even the top 10. Quite some need from the XTCs. They proved to us why they deserve to be here in the PUBG Mobile African Cup. Invincible team, they thought that they were invincible at this point, but unfortunately are not that invincible as according to Crusader. This man, he made that happen. Blade with quite some sprays. Yeah, this was the team execute. Unfortunately, we didn't see the team execute that we were hoping and we were expecting to see. They got quite some eliminations, but unfortunately the placement points will prove to be much of a difference. And this was the last fight in the game. The RAGs cornered. They were at that point between the 12 esports and the Mao esports. They tried their best, honestly, but unfortunately, you know what? You can't fight against everyone. At times you have it all, and at times you just can't take it. It is a bit too much. The game was quite awesome, but look at the 12 esports. This was one of the best, can I say one of the best fights that we've seen today, because these guys were fighting from every single angle, but fighting against every single team, and these guys were clutching so hard. Mao esports was almost eliminated. These guys, 3 of their teammates were down, and the Mao Lord was trying to do his best. Mao Demonic got the knock, but unfortunately the third party, that was what sealed the gap. 12 Saitama with that good flanking, and that was the one that made the 12 esports dominate that fight. So it all boils down to the placement. It all boils down to the positioning. It all boils down to how are you organized as a team? That was a GG spray, and that is how the unique team. These guys, they knew the 12 esports were low on numbers, they were low on health, they were low on motivation, and the unique esports were very high on each and everything. When it comes to the eliminations, when it comes to the knocks, these guys, they were coming all in, and that is why they made that happen. WWW, that is the W winner chicken dinner for the team unique, and this is how they fared. So that is, he had 4 eliminations, Saya, with 4 eliminations, quite some damage. And I believe, look at this is quite balanced. We had the frags with the 3 eliminations, 1 that is the madman, and that is how they did it. GG to the winner chicken dinners. These guys, they knew the point to pinch, they knew when to strike, just waiting and making the push. And as you can look at the match ranking, Priest, this is quite incredible, but this reflects everything that we have been seeing in that game.
18 points for Team Unique. Well deserved. Absolutely well deserved. 12 esports also putting in the work. 16 points to the good. Zeus esports still in the mix as well with 10 points. More esports with 7, Execute with 6, 10-11 ecstasy with 5 points. Royal Academy also getting themselves on the point sheet with 4, and that tells you all you need to know. Neon Rising, GUFA, and 4 Miracles all sharing 3 points across. Naughty Sports with 1, Invisible Team with 1 as well. The Emperors, no points for them. Rodriguez Esports and Russians, unfortunately, no points for them as well. And that is how the game went. But what does this mean on the overall leaderboard? What does it mean? Well, this is what it means. Team Unique back into the 3, 103 points to the good, and just behind Zeus Esports, who continue to stay in the mix. Execute stay in 4th. 3 Crowd Esports have been relegated down to 5th. 12 now with 86 points, 9 matches played, and also in the mix. One band, we saw their performance earlier today. They will stay in the top 7, and more esports after this performance, now they will catapult themselves into the top 8. But taking a look at things as they are right now, you see Rejects all the way down there with 72 points in 9th place. 10th is Angry Smoke with 71. Final Boss in 11th with 70 points as well. Neon Rising, couple of points added to the mix, but it is not enough. They need to do way more and way better. Temper in the mix as well, 68 points, just 1 behind. And Double RG with 14 in 14th with 67 points as well. 3 chicken dinners, absolutely impressive still. And in 15th place, 10-11 Ecstasy, and the rest of the teams to follow suit. Donkeys in 17th with 54. Still a ways to go for them. 2 matches in the mix. Espada as well. Tribe Warriors, wow, they are now in 19th with 49 points. Wow, that is absolutely impressive. They have catapulted themselves all the way to the top. Mercenary Union in 48 with in 20th as well with 48 points. Team Glory, PTK, F4, Navy Seals, and 21st Century occupying this half of the leaderboard.
Yeah, for Team Glory, I think at the moment they're regretting so much the one game that they missed. But they have quite some good points, but they need a lot of points, more than 20 points to their games. That is, they have 1 game to make it to the game number 9, because the group number 8, they have played plus 1 game, and that is what these teams will be looking out for. We have the RAGs. These guys, right now, they are at 39 points, and that is rank number 25. So that game was a plus for them. That game, they played nicely. Although they were eliminated, they got quite some knocks. And no pressure, but they have the pressure building in them. Naughty Sports have been awesome. We have the GUFA at the moment. The GUFA, they are not having that time of their lifetime. And I believe this will be a game that they shall be looking back, trying to learn what they did wrong, trying to learn what these other teams did right, and they shall be trying to utilize and try out new strategies, because they have 10 total points at position number 40. That is very, very, very critical when it comes to the 14, the top number 14, the top 14s. OBPs with the 9. We have the Cyphers, we have the OTEC, Rush, ECs, MM, 4, B4, and then finally the EMPs. Honestly, the EMPs, I don't know what has been happening with 9 games and 3 total points. I honestly don't know what has been happening. But everything, every day is a learning curve. You just need to go back to the drawing board, try to like re-strategize. Because we have other tournaments, we have another PMSC that is 2026. So you need to do your best to make sure that you're not in the same place that you were. And guys, in the elimination, we have the RGC Nase. He has 26 total eliminations. The RGCS with 25, Zeus Logic with 22, 12 Saitama 21, and then the RGC baby. And guys, as you can see this, we have a pattern. We have a pattern. And as you can see, Priest, the RGCs, these guys, they have some of the top eliminators, some of the top fraggers in the game. 3 of their players have 20 plus points. How is this even possible for one team?
I mean, it's a valid question, but we've seen their performance across the board. They have been absolutely incredible. That is why they are sitting, number 1 on the leaderboard. So it is absolutely well deserved. I mean, based off of their eliminations alone, they probably qualify still. So that tells you that these guys, they know exactly, and I'm absolutely impressed. I believe this might be the best team to come out of South Africa for the longest while. I've played against a lot of South African teams, over time, and most of the time they did use that Infinix, to participate at the higher levels. Speaking of the Infinix, it is the fact that they came from nowhere with the GD30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. By now, win a trip to 2025 PMGC. Be their number 1 fan and outplay the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025, and what a ride it has been. Tomorrow, we will close the curtain on the group stages. We have had 48 teams hug it out weekend in and weekend out, and now tomorrow we'll close the final chapter and we will get our finalists that will go to Kenya, this beautiful city of Nairobi, Charter Hall, where events will be taking place. So don't forget to get your early bird tickets for the PMAC 2025 Grand Final on the, I believe, 13th and 14th of September 2025. But until then, it is PTK. PTK, do you have any words before we sign out?
Only a few words, guys. Africa, our time has come. This is the PUBG Mobile. Yeah, this is the PUBG Mobile African Cup. Don't forget about that. We are coming in hot and we are set to make our stage in the PMGC. Africa, let's go. This is our time, and guys, see you tomorrow for the day number what? Day number 6. GG's, and thank you all for joining.